or digital litter, I guess. Some people don't want to call it a show, so I guess we'll call it digital litter instead. Thanks very much, anyway, for joining our digital litter. I'm going to hand it off to D here. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying fuck out of here. Back to you, Mr. Fumador.
That's the way, ladies and gentlemen. Please do remember that you need to be an adult for this show. I'm starting to, so I haven't used this computer for this show, I think, for a little while. But in the meantime, folks, please do be an adult. This show is not for children of any kind. If you are a child and you'd like to watch something else, please do. Honestly, go watch Sesame Street. Go watch sports. Go watch, I don't know, basket weaving or something useful. I don't know, learn how to read. I don't know, something useful. Perhaps that's going to be difficult if you don't know how to read, honestly, to search for something, how to read. So I've never really thought about that, but maybe you can voice to text. I don't know. In the meantime, go watch something else because this show is for adults only. If you are a, so to speak, qualified adult, I don't know if your passport or your ID or something basically makes you an adult in your local jurisdiction, please feel free to stick around. You guys are more than welcome to say hello in the chat. D Zombie, of course, is first in the chat. Congratulations, D. He's our illustrious moderator. Please respect his authority, if you would. Welcome, bud. But in the meantime, you're more than welcome to say hello in the chat and tell us about yourselves, tell us about your grow, tell us about things you're interested in, whatever. Just say hello. You don't really have to say anything, candidly. You could just say hello. But if you are intrepid enough, we would love to have you on the panel. We'd love to have some new voices, some new gardens, new questions, new commentary, whatever. Flora is 100% right that basically the conversations can be quite limited when we have all the same people. So we would love to see some fresh faces. We would love to see some fresh old faces, folks that haven't been on for a while. Please feel free to stop by. We certainly, I don't think, will be judgmental or anything else. So we'd love to see your gardens. If you have any, like I said, questions or I don't know, maybe you're dealing with a garden issue, you'd like some brainstorming on the thing. We haven't had that for a long time. Honestly, the only person, frankly, for a long time, I think that's ever really brought his garden on for brainstorming kind of has been smashed. So I don't know if anybody else would have the balls. It would be nice for you guys to hop on here and join Smashed in that kind of trophy level garden showing. It'd be really fun to talk about somebody else's garden. So please do hop on. Simple rules.
I
Don't be a
like
dick. Don't show your dick. What's that, Smash?
I like showing like everyone makes mistakes, so I don't mind showing.
Not only that, but you've learned a tremendous amount. Your garden is visibly tremendously improved over the last 2, 3 years. So when something is visibly improved, I've said this for years now, the visible signs of the garden is probably like the last element of the awesomeness. Basically, it's I don't know, like when everything else is doing really well, then it starts to look really good. Basically, your garden won't look really good unless it's healthy. So what I'm trying to basically describe is that Smash's garden has improved tremendously in every way for several years now in a row, basically, like exponentially almost every single fucking year, honestly. So I think we have some burgers ready, honestly, or to-go burgers. What's the story here? What are they? What's the commentary here?
Oh,
Yep, it is. So I'm probably going to bounce here in a couple minutes. But in the meantime, it'd be nice to see your gardens, folks, because honestly, it is fun to see folks' gardens. I hope to be able to start showing my garden in the near future. We'll see. It's taken forever. It's just like dragging chains behind me, basically taking so long. But hopefully, it'll get there. But in the meantime, like I said, do hop on, folks. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. Don't come on here to start a fight or be a jerk off or anything like that. That goes for the chat too. I have an absolute zero tolerance, and I mean literally a 0% tolerance for any shenanigans. If you want to act out of pocket or be a jerk off or just basically troll or whatever, we're just going to remove you. Honestly, from this point on, it's not useful. It's not a valid contribution or anything like that. Trolling is I don't even give a shit if the president of the United States is a big fucking troll. You're not going to troll on this channel because it's my channel. Fuck you very much if you're a troll. We'll throw you off the boat. That's it. We'll just make you walk the plank. We won't even make you walk the plank. We'll throw you off the boat basically without warning. So this is your warning. This is your one and only warning. If you'd like to basically be an asshole, go be an asshole somewhere else. You could probably make $1 million Twitter channel from that, or not Twitter, TikTok channel by being an asshole. I mean, actually being only half joking, candidly, because half the shit on TikTok is just basically asshole people doing asshole shit. There's this fucking asshole in he's an American guy. I can't even remember where he's from, but he was in Korea talking complete shit about Korea. Apparently, that's his whole channel. He just goes and talks shit about places. He was in Japan recently, and people were too polite to beat the absolute living shit out of him. But in Korea, it turns out they were not too polite to beat the living shit out of him. So he apparently a few times got the living shit beat out of him. And the Korean government arrested him for his own safety. But anyway, you could totally make $1 million like that jerk off, and then get the shit beat out of you by some very deserving Koreans, or very deserving shit beat out of you by some very deserving Koreans. Anyway, go do that instead of fucking around with our channel. We're just going to ban you. That's it. That's all. That's the end of it. But in the meantime, you are welcome to hop on if you're not a douchebag, not a lunatic, not a fuckface. You're more than welcome. Even if you disagree, honestly, if you disagree, that's perfectly fine. I don't want to hear a lot of fucking Trump trolling, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not really super interested in that. So please don't bring him up, honestly, all that much. Like, if it's something relevant or something, that's okay, but I don't think there's much to be discussed on that subject. So please, and especially if you're gloating, I'm just not interested in it. So, but other than that, folks, you are certainly welcome to hop on here. Looks like we have a couple of new names, by the way, before we say hello to folks in our panel here. By the way, Herb the Gift, good to see you, my friend. Welcome. 2003 RANP, 2003 Ramp. I wonder how we say it. I'm
You
probably
guys
reading that
noticed
wrong.
that I cut my hair?
Oh, right on, Smash. It's a lot shorter. Holy cow, you don't have the whole what do the Chinese call it? The queue or whatever? You don't have the whole thing. Cheers, Crime More Grows. Cheers, Southern VT. Cheers, who else in the chat here? Oh, that's it. So for now. Welcome,
It looks like
folks.
a different
Make
disc.
sure, of course, to switch to live chat. Yeah, he does. Let's start saying hello to our panel. Welcome, D.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers to the panel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit those thumbs up button on this channel, as well as my channel where I do pre-shows at dzombie underscore 745. I'm smoking on what am I calling? Oh, runts. Something runts. Black. Okay, I'm smoking black. Dairy Queen, and I'm smoking on Cali Gold, and I got some. I can't read that now. Oh, space runs for nighttime. I hope everyone's having a great night. Cheers, everybody. Go for it, Smash.
Am I muted? No.
No.
What's up, man? I hope everyone's having a good night. So I've been super busy. It was a really fun weekend. I got to go to my 5th year of the Harvest Cup. I was saying before I jumped on, it's one of the only cups around here, other than when you go to Maine or there's a couple home growers in New York, but really around here, it's one of the only like home grower cups that enter
Oh,
against you can enter against some of the biggest dispensaries around here. So it's pretty interesting. They send everything out for testing for molds and stuff to a lab, get it broken down for THC, CBD, terpenes, and then whatever the terpene dominant terpene is, there's a category. I think there's 4 dominant, and then the other category. I'd have to go look at the listing, but yeah, I just put out a video on my YouTube ForceMash20, Instagram, same thing. Flora, are you back?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
this custom background.
I'm here. I'm just getting high, smoking some tabs, some peanut butter souffle, and some sour watermelon diamonds. They taste amazing. Yeah, one just wrecked me, so I'm still pretty high right now. And
That's awesome.
yes, yo,
Dude, I'm pissed. I picked up some oil and I lost it.
Oh,
no,
no.
I hope you find it, and it's at a time when you really need it, because
Nah, I
that's
think I
like,
left it at the cup.
no, that's not good.
Yeah, because it would. I thought I put my money back in my backpack. Thought I put the oil back in my backpack, but I must have not have. I must have left it on the table. But I was so high, taking
You look,
pictures.
you look in the car, make sure it's not
I
fell
did.
out between the seat or something
I
under the
will look
seat.
again.
Yeah, because I hate losing. I really hate losing concentrate. Like flour, I don't. I get pissed, but I get really mad when it's concentrates. Whether it's like, especially rosin, because like that can't be out in the fucking heat, in your car getting hot as fuck. Like,
Yeah.
They got a couple different samples of different flour. This is
Nice.
from a brand Ideal.
wait, I can't see it. Ideal. What is this? Ideal.
Clever name.
What is the strain?
Oh, the strains apples and bananas.
What?
Apples and bananas.
Oh,
Oh.
what?
Oh, that's Buddy's favorite.
Yeah.
And then I
Yeah,
don't know.
actually though, yeah, I mean my next harvest in like 2 weeks is the last of our apples and bananas.
Oh
We
man.
moved on. But
I'm
it
just
was a
fucking-
good run. I think we ran it 3-4 years, over
yeah,
3 years.
wow. That's what I'm saying. It was there every time. It was like the
Everybody.
staple.
And there's like a certain customers that they won't be happy about it, but we made a choice. And
So
that
what was it
it.
about what was it about apples and bananas that made it a keeper? Is it a good high, a good
The
flavor?
funk, yeah, it's like a blue purple. It's has like a OG, like not OG, but like an old school funky uh exhale, like flav and stony, yeah. And it,
I
it wasn't the trimmer's
see a
favorite.
smash.
It took a little more work from the
Uh,
trimmers. That's one of the
Let's see if
reasons.
Smash gets those terps out of it. Are you about to smoke it,
But
Smash?
Not yet. I was just smoking Donatello. Has a Donatello is like a lemony strain. Well, mine was at least. I'm pretty sure
No,
it's
I'm
a
just wondering if that's going to be anything like what Buddy grew. Like, is it going to have the same representation? It's probably
Now-
well,
Yep.
I've noticed in the last 6 months, apples, bananas is spread. Like, it's been
The
around a
same
while, but in the last period of time, more and more people further and further away are
I want to say it was like compound
got
genetics. or
apples,
something.
bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was
Okay.
legit. It was legit.
Yeah, I was at a cup a few years ago. It's been a while ago now, and they had apples and bananas, and I got some of the live rosin of it. It was good, but it didn't have any
Yeah.
apple and it didn't have any banana.
Well, that's yeah. I
okay.
mean,
So
I just
I'm
thought
not
of it.
sure like the
I was
real
like, I
story
just
of
thought it was like
how
some kind of like OG cross with some fruit thing.
yeah, it seems like most of them are collabs with cookies or burner that the name doesn't match the strain. It's just like a name.
Yeah, like
I noticed that.
Well,
I
I had a cut a few years ago, and I liked it a lot. It was called Cheetah Piss.
Yeah.
But it didn't
I
have
like
that.
that one
I was
too.
expecting it to have like this cat piss kind of smell. No, didn't
No,
have that at
it
all.
doesn't have any of that, but that's my
No.
favorite weed. That's one we're still growing, mainly because I won't let that go. Because I get like a sense of well-being when I smoke it. Like the high, the stone. It's just a
Oh, it's
tinge
good.
of like, that, like that, and that could
Oh, it's
just
a good
be,
one.
yeah. But I think that one, why it didn't get more popular, considering it's good weed, it grows real good, is the name and the sort of misrepresentation of it. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
like
people
whether it's
thought they were
cheetah
getting
or
an old school
cat.
cat piss.
Yeah, when you say piss, well, then there's a certain piss, and no, that's not what it is at all. And
No,
I
they're
can
looking for
remember
something that's like high in ammonia.
the first times I harvested and finished it, I what do you call it? Like your mind is very psychosomatic, I guess, or like easily like I remember, and even some of my friend partners, yeah, I mean, at first we thought we smelt apples and bananas, like vaguely. Oh, at first we thought, oh yeah, it is kind of pissy, or because like if that's what you're already expecting because of the name, yeah, your mind is kind of like going to lead you to those expectations. That's a natural thing. And then I can remember after the first couple batches of apples, like realizing, yeah, there's really no apples and bananas. And then customers that I never said anything. My opinion would call me like, now it's 8 months later, it's been around a while, and go, yeah, I really love that stuff, but like, I don't get any like, there's no apple, like they had noticed it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know. Names are just names, I guess, and ultimately.
Now the apples and banana I had, no, it was compound genetics, and for me, as soon as I took like one or two tokes, I instantly can feel it in the bottom of my legs, like in my shins and my ankles and shit. And it worked its way
It's
up.
strong. Yeah, it's
Now,
a strong weed.
now for the apple flavor, I did have a taste a hint. Now it's not apple per se, like an apple, like biting into an apple, get that apple. It's more like a peel, smelling a peel for me. When I smoked it, I could taste it smelled like tastes like peel to me, apple peel, kind of. So it's weird.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple fruits that, when like blueberry, for instance, that was probably the first fruity smell. Yeah, I mean that definitely smells like blueberry. And then grape is pretty, you know, that in our circle. Some of the fruits, yeah, I guess you got to use your imagination. Like oh, not saying it wasn't good and tasty, and like, but then when we get to like papaya and there's a few others where yeah, that's super good. I get that, but I don't see and even banana. Like, I don't know. Like, I've grown a few different bananas. I never get. I don't know what a strong banana Turkish. No, I could just not have had access to it. But a lot of them, yeah, are just names.
Whatever King's Garden had, they had a banana OG, King's Garden, out here in the desert. That motherfucker smelled like straight, like you were in a banana farm with a bunch of ripe bananas. Like, and it tasted like banana. And it tested really high, but the
Well,
high would like, but for me, that even though it tested really high, I was not high in 10 minutes. I had to smoke more.
and Tangy was one that, like, oh, it wasn't just like a citrusy orange, lemon, lime. It was tangy. Like, it was distinctively tastes like a tangerine, not an orange. And
I,
there's
I,
been some that are dead on,
I
but
like,
there's also some that I think is yeah, you
yeah,
got to
I like
use your imagination.
Tangy gets a bad rap, but I like Tangy. It was good dabbing stuff. Tasted really good.
This
Like
one that's
food.
like uh it's seeds that I first made that was pancakes crossed into the Wilson. Then my other friend crossed it into Starburst 36. And now there's a couple weeks from being done. Like, oh, the first terps I smelt off it were like way out there, unique to me. But then as the days and weeks have gone by, oh, I remember the first time I was like, oh, there's a little tangy in there. And then now that it's getting close to being done, yeah, that tangy became like overwhelming. It like took away the other terps that were in the first couple weeks. Because some terps are that they're dominant. Like, I can remember when I used to make BHO, I was also growing tangy, and if I just put like 10% or even less of tangy into any of my other batches, that tangy came ringing through. Even if it was just like a small amount in a tube. Well, we ran like 2-pound tubes, but I'd put like a couple ounces of tangy in there and it would ring out.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I learned that during that period that a lot of people didn't like orange terps. And
I'm one of them.
Orange Skittles was another one that I used to really love growing. I like orange terps though. Agent Orange, I used to grow that as well.
Like, I haven't
like that.
smoked
I
anything
can't.
orange
No.
or tangy orange. No, that's why. Oh, I'm a little disappointed that this thing it's fucking grows killer too. And my friend that grows out the starburst a lot, he says, yeah, it's in that. Like that's where it came from.
I can't. I have a hard time smoking. Well, depending if it's that original tangy, I can't smoke tangy because it makes.
I love oranges and citrus. I always am buying and eating citrus.
Why
But
can't you
like
smoke it?
smoke wise, there's something
Too
about the
acidic.
high I don't like. Like it's like a weird, and not saying that there hasn't been a few strains that were like a good high to me, but most of the citrus range and tangy, like yeah, like everybody's endocannabinoid or like is slightly different, and I pretty much oh I smoked weed for fucking all these years, never thought of it. And then I don't know what led me to it, but all of a sudden I just, even when it was around dabs and, a lot of times there's citrus dabs that are pretty good. I'd be like, oh no, I'm good on that. Like any flavor, but citrus, uh, any of them, lemon, lime, orange, tangy.
Oh, lime, I love.
So
No,
what does it do about tangy that you can't smoke it?
Oh, it's too
oh
acidic.
no, no,
Too
I
No,
what?
any
like
lime.
tangy as like a
Too
light,
thick?
like when I
Too
used to
what?
grow that
Hold
and
on.
keep a jar around, there'd be certain
I find it too acidic.
Too
Uh,
acidic?
yeah, really upsets my stomach when
Huh.
I smoke that.
What about other orange strains?
Just
Any other
depends. It
like
just
orange
depends.
cookies?
Sorry, Flora?
Have you had orange cookies before?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I haven't tried everything. Like Agent Orange, I can't smoke. Tangy, I can't smoke. Now that what's that other one? Trop Orange. I can smoke Tropicana Orange. That's not bad.
Tropicana cookies?
Yeah, Tropicana cookies. That's it. That works good.
Yeah, that's a really flavorful strain. Makes really nice hash.
Yeah.
Just maybe we get a report from Smash if you smoke that what was it? The fucking bananas and
Apples and bananas.
yeah. Or you
Trying
still
to
smoke.
trying to fix it's my first time ever using Capture One for like photo editing. So I'm trying to I worked with it all day, I got through it, and then I went back in, I pulled them I disconnected my memory card. I ejected it, so I did it the right way. But then I went back in and the pictures weren't in Capture One, so I downloaded the ones I sent. I downloaded like 300 of the pictures. And right now I'm downloading, I'm importing them back into Capture One, all of them. And I'm going to pull them all
Is
into
is this a video editor or a photo editor or what is this?
it's a photo editor. I think you might be able to do video with it. I don't know.
Oh, nice fun. They're gonna be spotlight.
Yeah, buddy's got his trays going with his
There we
cubes.
go.
He's the original. Him and
Yeah,
Ice
the
Cube.
next round.
Original cube guys.
What
And then
strains are those,
over
bud?
here, it's like, yeah, I got rid of some genetics, but I got new ones.
Wait, are those Purgos? What
So
are the?
even what I was just smoking,
Is that
Hugos.
the Hugos?
Hugo?
6x6?
You know Hugo?
Hugos.
Do
Yeah,
you like
I
the
never
fast
saw it.
train?
It's the
Do you like the
regular
fast
Hugo.
train, or do you like the old school, the 6x6s?
You took up a little.
I said, do you like the fast train 6x6s?
No, I just get the regular Hugos, the block.
Regular.
Uh, well, when we went and just got 4 cases at GrowGen. Yeah, they had the white uh, flat sleeves. That means it's that old formulation. The last couple of years, they've had great silver sleeves. Those are newer formulation. Yeah, I was happy that somehow some kids of the old ones, because yeah, each time they formulate, the water tension ratio like changes. A lot of it is they're using more and more, what do you call it, recycled Rockwell in the mix. Like over the years when they reformulate, which they've done a bunch of times. I've been using Rockwell for over 30 years. I love Rockwell. It's what I know.
What do you do with it when you're done with it? So when the cycle's done, what happens to your 6x6s when the cycle's done?
We put them through like the mop wringer. Well, a lot of times I bring the crop in where the cube's pretty dry, so I don't have to mop wring them and toss them. They're at that point they've used I don't know, 4 months, and they did their purpose and are spent.
So that's where some people have a problem.
Well, one, it's basalt. Even though, like, yeah, if you break it up and throw it out in your compost or your garden, it's going to take a while, maybe even a couple of years, because.
Yeah, I got ones
But
that.
it's inert basalt, so it's not like some artificial substrate. No, it's just basalt. It's spun like fiberglass, basically, to make it into the wool, but it's not like, oh, any of that in a landfill is only going to add matter, organic matter, that's necessary for compost to be good, right? It's all plastic and fucking trash that doesn't, So I don't know. That's my position on it, and it is what it is.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
Like, I am an environmentalist, and like believe in a lot of stuff or support a lot of stuff like that.
Not like.
I mean,
I'm not really like. I'm not on anybody's team or nothing. Like I'm
I
not
guess
picking
what's good
sides.
for the gander, like, yeah, I should apply all the environmental things to myself, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm not taking sides or anything. I'm just saying, like,
I still like guano too. I like guano. I love guano. I think guano good.
Oh, shit.
well, I think guano is what give it the old stinky, smell and the terps. Help with the terps.
Might as well.
What's his bandwidth? It's bad. It said.
I like seagull shit and like
How much
chicken
meat
shit.
has been
Yeah.
control?
Yeah,
I'm
super.
rolling
Yeah.
up some of the apples and bananas. Give me 2 seconds.
I wish I had some apples and bananas. That shit's fire.
And I've noticed, like, with almost every like a whole bunch of items. Well, there's an equal amount of people that think peat's bad because they're taking them out of the bogs or whatever and disrupting that.
Yeah.
And then there's people that think cocoa's bad because the practices and the shipping and okay, so
I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying.
Do
yeah,
you?
I mean the bottom line is a lot of why I stick to Rockwell is like when a room's done, it's like a few hours, clean it up, and boom, reset it. Bam,
I
easy.
know, and I
Um,
got accused of being a bad guy for doing that back in the day
Set it
I
and
by
mean,
forget it.
by an extremist.
Oh, wow.
yeah, I mean, I tried. I don't know. I don't even. I see that there's always like I guess you call them. They're not haters. It's just people that have their views or whatever. But all right, like I don't let that affect me really. Some of it is I've been doing the same thing for so long that I'm not into changing. And I've
Coco,
played with a lot of things to know that every little thing has a lot of variables to get it the best out of it, right?
yeah, but Coco,
And I've used Rockwell so long and NGH, right? That like, yeah, I know that shit, but like, and I'm able to control things and I, understand how to dry back and use Rockwell a certain way, get the most out of it.
And like the saying goes, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
I don't know.
And you're
I've
able
grown
to
some.
control space. Like you can control space much better. And so there's things, that I find have worked for me. And hey, now if I was at some way bigger scale, then I feel like I affected things. But like ultimately, yeah, a few hundred Rockwell cubes a, a month isn't changing the world.
I like Coco. A lot of people don't like Coco. Yeah.
I can't use cocoa for some reason. I don't know why.
What do you mean by can't use?
Like
What's that?
my plants just don't take. I had some cocoa and the plants wouldn't take to it. I don't know why.
Well,
Me, but so I
for
went back to
the
my
longest,
so I went back to my original dirt, the peat pucks. Or yeah.
for at
The
least
cat.
20 years, my method was 4 inch. I cloned Rockwell into 4 inch Rockwell Delta cubes. And then I up potted those into 10-inch pots, basically a 3 gallon or 2.5 gallon, but they're called 10-inch pot. And I used the loose Rockwell chunks or cubes that they sold and would get like, I don't know, 15 buckets full, 18, 16, 18, depending on it with the 4 inch cube and then loose Rockwell.
Oh
But
yeah.
then when
No,
the
I
things
a lot of the
change,
places a lot of
the
those places
bags of Rockwell loose were like over $30. Okay. Now some of that is because they send them in these big boxes, the same size box that a 66 or 144 deltas come in. They have 3 of those bags in it, right? Loose pack, right? And that costs them a certain amount of shipping, right? So that's why the price is pretty high. So for the last, I don't know, it was maybe 4 or 5 years, I could get Fox Farm Coco Loco, and I used like at least a half dozen cocos
Sorry, you're breaking up.
that the other because I could get those for under 20 bucks a bag that would do
What
the
the
same
fuck?
amount. So for like 5 years, I grew in 4 inch Rockwell in a bucket with cocoa. Oh,
But oh,
That
I got
that
part of
apples
that.
and bananas. Oh,
There we
good,
go.
D. The apples and bananas is good.
Hmm.
My internet's messed up. But yeah, to finish that, I hadn't been using CalMag for years. But when I grew in Rockwall with cocoa, I had to use CalMag. It was like part of making the cocoa do its thing. And I don't like Fox Farm in any way, but somehow their Coco Loco like worked like a charm. Like when I would transplant them, there would be no hesitation, and they just dug right in.
That's crazy.
Where some of the other cocos I tried out, even just plain cocoa, and this and forget all the brands. Yeah, didn't work that good for me.
Super
Now,
works amazing.
ultimately, I
No,
missed.
Super. How
Yeah,
can you
okay.
fuck up with Super?
Ultimately, during that period, every once in a while, I'd throw down and buy like a couple bags of the. At that point, they were like $35 for a bag of loose Rockwell.
So
Yeah, I still prefer that. But then like Hugo's are like kind of in the best of both worlds, like especially as far as work. Cause a bucketing and blah blah blah. But
don't
Delta's
miss the watering.
easier to do a dry back and like have a watering schedule that promoted like Hugo's, you got to really be careful because like right at the first waterings, if you oversaturate it, it gets waterlogged. Where a Delta was easier to keep that from happening.
Mhm.
I don't know. I yeah,
You like
I
it?
wouldn't even know how. I'm not a good explainer, but like, oh, you got to know how to use Rockwell. Like, there's a rhythm to it, and to get the most out of Rockwell. It's not trick. It's not that brain science or anything, but there's some things, ways you got to grow in it, like as far as keeping it aerated. Like, oh, it aerates on its own if you water it right.
And don't you have to pH them before you use them or something?
Well, I mean, it's
That's what I heard.
suggested first watering's 5.5, and okay, that's sometimes I don't my water, I usually run water at 5.7, 5.8, and I'll just leave it at that and it's good enough. It's not like, oh, if you don't do that, it doesn't work. But I've always thought because like when in certain literature and books or and even yeah, they've always made Rockwell out to be like, oh, advanced, but it's pretty much the simplest thing to use. Now I've used it forever, so some things are just I learned over time, but yeah, I find it harder to get that really good results out of other things. I've grown in all kinds of. I've tried it all. A few plants here and different things.
We're gonna get an update on the apples.
I'm
And
smoking like our new strain called Mule Fuel, like a Thug Pug strain. I've only
apples
had
and
joints
bananas.
of it available since we got the cut, but it's good.
Thank you for.
No, I'm just waiting on the update from Smash.
Yeah.
But I think it got really high from it.
Yeah,
No,
I'm at it.
It looks high.
I just started to edit.
You got the dental floss size and shit.
yeah.
It's good. I don't know. I can't describe what it smells like. It's definitely not apples and bananas.
Well, it's like a funky smoke. Like there's this funk to
Funky
the flavor.
tell about the fun.
And it's like a bluish purple, like the when you hang it or see it finishing, it's not the red purple, it's like blue purple.
It's pretty good. It is a little funky. I don't know. It's good. It got me high enough to forget until you.
Well, I mean, I don't pay attention to this stuff or remember it, but what made apples and bananas? Like that's what matters.
Let's look it up.
Cool.
Apples and bananas is unknown as far as I remember.
Welcome back.
I'm using Capture One.
Pardon?
I'm using Capture One to do all the photo stuff.
Right
This
on.
is
I like it.
blue
Capture-
power to
Capture
gelati
was
is what one site's saying.
Yeah, well, that's where the blue comes from, I guess.
Yeah, a few sites are
Blue
saying that.
power to gelati, huh?
Yeah, blue power. Yeah, quite a few
I don't
sites
think
are
I've
actually
had blue power, but I've had gelati. I like gelati. I actually had a clone of it for a while.
that would make sense if they were working with burner or however that was working.
Well, I mean, that was like the original compound before burner, and it kind of got shuffled or broken down a bit. Chris,
yeah, I heard the original guy
you
wasn't
got
even
blown
burning.
out.
Started his own.
Yeah,
Started another company using the same strain.
well, like a lot of those things became, people's contracts had fine print that they, a lot of those deals with these bigger or whatever that were done. I don't know the percentage of them, but a lot of them, respectable people. Like Chris was he definitely did the work and been a player for way back. Got blown out by the deal. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they might have got the initial bonus signing or whatever, the fucks and money, but a lot of those deals seem to be like fucked, and some of them are in court, which then becomes like a long ass process of years of wasting money on lawyers to resolve some bullshit.
I was kind of just talking about this actually. I had a shitty burger. It was we didn't mean for it to be a shitty burger, but basically we had a to-go burger that was I don't want to get into where it was because then you could theoretically figure out where I live. But basically it's a burger that should have been good by all accounts, but it essentially encapsulates for me America's enshittification problem, basically, where essentially what do they call it? Late stage capitalism. The only thing left to do basically is to hollow out the value that has been built over the last however many years of any brand. So, for example, they did that with Sears, basically, where they literally sold the land that was out from under it. They underemployed, so basically, like they would staff entire floors with like one person, on and on and on and on, until basically there was nothing left, and they just hollowed it out and sold the husk that was left. This burger basically 20 years ago, this place would have been a great burger, but little by little by little, they've taken outside investment, and those outside investors, I'm sure, basically demand increasing return on the dollar because they have no sympathy for the original customer base or anything else. They're just money people, right? And little by little by little, the quality goes to garbage. Where was I talking about before that? I guess I lost my train of thought a little bit because I'm like, fuck it. No matter where you look in this country, you get this enshittification. That's basically, for example, Google now. When you Google something, you can't find the stuff that you want anymore because it's been so enshittified. And yet, wouldn't you know it? Google makes a ton of fucking money. They make basically more money now than they've ever made. The CEO of Google, despite the fact that they've missed out on AI and all these different things that Google is kind of being criticized for, he made like 250 fucking million dollars last year. Like it's lunatic shit basically that we're in this end stage basically where all you can do is hollow out the value of something. Oh, we were talking about the the seed deals basically, and I guess my connection there was that we're not prepared for the fact. For example, you were saying, but you were like, oh, decent guy, he was doing the work, da 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 da. This guy Compound, I don't know him personally, right? So I can only take your word for it and so on. But I've heard great things about the guy and so on. Uh, I don't think he was prepared, probably. Again, not knowing the guy, I'm just speculating, but I bet he wasn't prepared for the fact that Capitalism, real capitalism, basically, where you're talking about the Wall Street types, they look for maximum possible value, not high value or good value or lots of profit. They look for the maximum possible value, like a mob boss, basically, including stripping out the fucking metal out from under the delivery truck. They don't give a shit about next year. Like, how are we going to deliver the products next year? It doesn't matter. Sell the products and strip the truck bare so that we can fucking show it on this year's or this
Well,
quarter's
and
balance
speaking of
sheets.
compound, they were on like a roll at that point. They had grape gas, they had apples, but there's a few other strains. Okay, since all this happened, right? And they became this other whatever, Wall Street got involved, investors. Yeah, I haven't heard. It's not like they put out anything that I know of. Yeah, because
No, it's not
that
about next year. It's
those,
not about the year after. It's about
yeah,
maximum value this quarter right
yeah.
now. Yeah.
And when you piss off the guy that's actually in the doing the fucking inventing and the work, and he goes off on it wherever, and you broke up what you bought, you broke it up through whatever, basically money. I mean, that's what when you really, oh yeah, legal terms they say breach of contract and all this other shit and whatever. But a lot of those, when you've read the story or whatever, because it's all with the same main organization. Like that's just the way they operate at this point, right? Because Compound had an issue with them. Sea Junkie had bigger issue with them. He's the one that's got the real lawsuit against them. And these were people that,
This
yeah, they
glass
didn't
house.
like in my mind, they didn't need to do that. But I get that if you worked for so many years and there's this like balloon fucking amount of money that's wagged in front of your face,
Balloon knot.
how do you like, that's one of the hardest dilemmas in life is to keep your integrity and go, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, right? Because yeah, I mean, this isn't new. This is just the way the game works.
Well, I
Are you
mean,
talking
that's
about?
the way we've described it, but I think we're basically looking at the wrong side of the story. So, I mean, naturally, someone like Compound or whoever would basically look at a huge paycheck and say, well, okay, I'm very interested in that, right? I mean, why wouldn't you, right? But on the other side, the company basically present, and again, I'm speculating because I don't know those guys personally. But like you say, from the outside looking in, we've seen multiple situations that seem to be the same, basically, where there's a good breeder that basically gets snapped up or snatched up, basically for some potentially lucrative contract, and then everything goes to shit at some point. Um, I think what's happening is that the Wall Street people, the money people, are trying to extract maximum possible value, and
Yeah,
they have absolutely no respect for the people involved. The people are just a commodity in the situation. So, for example, Compound or anybody else that works with those folks, they will expect that they strip his bones too and potentially make him incapable of working in the future because that would be competition in the future and so on. They would have no compunction whatsoever of stripping Compound's bones or anybody else to extract, like I say, 100% of possible value. I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong, but I think that's what's going on.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, and then in the other side of the business, grow generation, right, is big investment thing. Whatever they've been working this angle where, yeah, they basically bought up every store over the years that they had all the areas pretty much locked down. My friend and the store that I went to for over 25 years that a lot of people in my area went to, right? It was never like empty there. Um, yeah, the Grow Generation closed that one. So now instead of like driving less than 10 miles to get to the place, I got to drive like 60 miles to get to the only one that's around me. Right. And I was like, yeah. Oh, they pay. He had two stores, one in Oceanside and one in San Marcos. Right. San Marcos was the main one. Um, when they bought it from him so many years ago, oh, they paid a pretty penny because it was based on the numbers, right? And oh yeah. But now, like it's not just me because over the months that it's been closed, I realized, yeah, what happened? Like, yeah, there's no store like in that left no store in an area that definitely needed a store. Like that was a good small business for that person that bigger than a small business. But yeah, growth generations, that was always their plan. That, like that's part of that. What do you call it? Corporate rating? They've been doing this shit to all the industries since the 70s, or even yeah. I grew up with that where Wall Street types went into almost every sector of the economy and worked all these type of deals that ended up yeah, like that's why we have no manufacturing. That's why all these things, right? Because all they care about is making more money, not anything else. And people that invest in those things are all part of that too. Even if it's a small investment, oh, you're given the green light that, okay, do whatever you can to make money on my money. Don't care what it does to people.
We just had a local restaurant chain close down suddenly. I mean, there were some indications that they had financial issues, but certainly from the outside, there were no indications that they were going to abruptly close one day. Sherry's restaurants, and anyone in the Northwest definitely knows who Sherry's is. I don't even know. They probably have a couple hundred stores, had a
There's
couple
still
hundred
a few of
stores.
them left. There's still a few
Pardon?
of those.
No, they
There's still
all closed
are they all of
overnight,
them?
just the other day. Um,
Really?
a week ago or something. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, wait,
And it was
wait,
literally like from
that
one night
place,
to the next, they basically said, "Oh, we're closing."
I saw a
That's
thing that the place TGIF Fridays, right? Fridays. Oh no, they're bankrupt. They're closing everything.
Hmm.
And if the people collected the gift certificates that are owed out, that's over 50.
Just lost him.
$50 million or something, probably.
I've heard that actually. A lot of restaurants have played quite a bit of shenanigans with those gift certificates. I mean, not
Oh,
hard to
really?
imagine because TGI Fridays and stuff, that's one of those things that people sell at like store checkouts and stuff, around the
Yeah.
holiday season. So people will pick up like $10, coupons or whatever. Why wouldn't you pick up a couple stocking stuffers, right? And people just will forget to cash them, but that's free money to the company that basically just sits
Oh
there.
yeah, they expire, right? Yeah.
But imagine they might have hundreds of millions of dollars in uncashed coupons. Isn't that fucking funny to think about? I mean, it's not funny because all those people get screwed, but
I think I have a $25 gift card still for Red Lobster I haven't used.
you better hurry up and use it. Shit, yeah. Another
Well, what am I
example.
gonna buy? I
Also,
don't.
I didn't finish my thought. Actually, Red Lobster, another good example of private equity basically coming in, saddling the company with their own debt, basically that they can never repay, stripping off anything that can be sold as debt
Uh,
service, basically. And it's essentially really cynical because they have no actual intention of really paying down the principal. And then essentially, it's a little bit like a mob bust out. Once the credit runs out, they just leave, declare bankruptcy, and move on.
well, look at
And
that.
that looks like to be essentially what happened with Sherry's. A couple of years ago, a private equity company bought them, loaded them up with debt, and then just like, sorry, bye.
Same with airlines. Airlines do the same thing.
Mm,
I remember watching one of the Howard Stern specials
sick.
where they had a bunch of people on. It was Hollywood Squares. Anyways,
Income.
in the middle of it, in the middle of the like after the show, the airline that some of the people took to get to New York that were going to fly back to their normal wherever they're from. I mean, they closed down, and then they were literally stuck in
Mm,
New York
mm,
after even if it's returned.
Yeah, but
They're like, nope, sorry.
the bigger picture of that game is the reason that some of these brands are going down is they didn't become part of the bigger conglomerate. Like, oh, and fast food, there's Taco Bell, like they,
Yeah, but
it's
what's the
not like
bigger
any of those are
conglomerate?
independent.
Selling out even further? I mean, what's the bigger conglomerate?
Well,
No,
I
that's
mean, but
not,
that's
Bud.
the squeeze. That's
Bud.
the
That's not what
squeeze.
it is. By the way, Bud, can you do something about your audio? It's pretty rough. I don't think that's what it is at all, honestly. I think that basically, literally, these TGI Fridays, Red Lobster, etc., these were pretty cynical. It's the same business model every single time. It's how Romney made his money. It's how what is it called? BlackRock now now one of the biggest companies, and not the biggest company in the world. They do it consistently. It's brainlessly simple business model, actually. Once you have money and no scruples, you can just make a ton of money if you do it.
Hey, Shooter, want to go to the Red Lobster?
That's right. Worst part is Red Lobster is actually good.
Yeah. Except they took away the treasure chest, I heard.
Damn bastards.
Yeah. Well, that was my
Was it
favorite part.
Hmm. Was it Red Lobster? Was the one that is that the one that got the new CEO and he like discontinued the all you can eat shrimp?
Yeah. They tried to blame the shrimp the customers or whatever for it, but it's total bullshit. It's once again they basically played with the I can't remember how the story works, but it was basically private excuse me, private equity doing what private equity does.
I'm surprised they didn't blame it. I'm surprised the ocean didn't blame it on us. Oh,
That's
wait.
right. Blame Poseidon.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Why that Friday place? Like my brother, who's like a big chef and works in the movies privately and all this shit. His first job when we were kids was at the TJF Fridays in Woodland Hills, which was like the beginning of it all, right? And even part of like what makes him a good chef today is back then, like they were inventing all the fucking crazy shit they did. That was like what they did at the original restaurant, right? And yeah, like the whole vibe in the kitchen was about that. Oh yeah, makes an artichoke dip or like things that weren't even around. Like they had this huge menu, and
A
yeah, he
crazy
worked
number
there
of
for
restaurants started in LA. I think people don't realize like all the burger chains and different restaurants that started.
yeah. Well,
What's his
my
fuck?
area I
Uh,
grew up in was
I
like an area
forget.
that was like like a proving ground, we'll say. Like a lot of things were like, oh, before they went whatever, they would open the one
Yeah,
in Warner
McDonald's
Center,
Center.
and then they would yeah, there's a
Benihana.
few
Can never think of the name.
yeah, that was the original one was in Encino, and I think it was just like yeah, it was Benihana, that place, and I remember going there. My parents would splurge, and we'd go there for certain things because oh, there was like a show, like the chef did this whole thing, and I went to one a couple of years ago, and it was like this heavy set, kind of sweaty guy, white guy. Oh, he knew the parts he was supposed to do. It was like this stage thing. But I remember going to Benihana where it was like real, like like they had hired these special fucking Japanese guys that did all that shit.
Hello, everybody in chat, by the way, to all 43 people out there.
Put
40
some soy
people.
sauce on it and hop on, folks. Welcome and come hop on and talk about some random shit with us. Welcome, Love for the Plant, one of the other main moderators in the channel. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the show as always. Operation Annihilation of the house. Jay Patrick, good to see you guys. Who else is hanging? Shane Richmond's with us. He's saying, "What's everyone smoking on tonight?" He's on his last dab of some rosin. And Dave, when the jar is empty, let's shout out the dead soldier. Always gotta salute. Well, you don't have to salute the jar, but I'm just saying it as a joke. I'm saying salute the jar. But we feel you, Shane. I hope you have some more soon. Cheers, Stingman. Stingman's hanging in the chat. What's he talking about? Amending and reusing his living soil for 3 years, every 2, 3, just water every 2, 3 days. Stingman, well, whatever. Every time I feel like I'm always talking shit about Stingman. Stingman, disregard. I wasn't going to talk shit about you. I'm annoyed that everyone always mentions a brand when they say this. The brand of the soil and stuff is not really that important. The living soil that you've been running for 3 years, that's a lot more important than the brand of shit that you bought 3 years ago. But seriously, I don't know why this thing every time Stingman does it, I'm like, oh, Stingman, I'm gonna jump down your throat. Okay, never mind, Stingman. Let's back up before I jump down your throat. And he didn't do anything wrong.
That's what she said.
But I am nice, but I am annoyed all the time on Reddit. People bring up like they assume that it has to be build a soil, or they assume if they're on the West Coast it has to be Kiss Organics, or what's the other one on the East Coast? On the East Coast, there's another. It's not the lobster one that Smash uses. It's fuck, I can't remember, but it's like these three names that always come up, and you'd think that it wasn't soil if it wasn't from these three people. It's just it couldn't be farther from the truth. There's
They,
absolutely no monopoly on dirt from Build a Soil or anybody else. There's nothing wrong with those guys. There's nothing wrong with Build a Soil or anything else. But
But
fuck
they
me,
get
you don't
all
have to
their
buy their shit. What's that
maybe
for?
maybe they buy all their minerals from Mars, so they're real special. They're
That's right.
hard.
That's right. They're special space sterilized with extra oxides, extra Martian
Yeah,
oxides.
they
That's
got more
exactly it.
more ions than normal.
Fuck, you don't even like all the stupid shit that seriously like all the we kind of joke about all the dumb bro science in the grow store over the years, but don't forget that actually was like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, okay, advanced nutrients, the dude flies around on a private plane. So actually millions of dollars potentially of,
Yeah.
we won't say misinformation necessarily, but
Oh yeah, he made a lot of money, big
loose
money.
information, right? Yeah, like he definitely didn't need to sell you every single bottle that he sold you, and he was definitely gilding the lily a little bit. So there's a lot of I don't know how do you exaggeration, I guess, in the grow
Yeah, and
whatever.
it was like what 12 parts or more in some of
Oh my
those
fucking God, yeah.
formulas.
More than that, I think like 20 bottles or something for the grandmaster level, whatever the shit. I don't even remember. But what was I going to say? That's exactly the kind of thing like
Master
we use
level.
only special meteorite derived potassium. We
Yeah,
grind only the finest of Siberian meteorites that have fallen in the Cretaceous
Secretary,
era. That's
right.
right. And
yeah,
the
like the
finest
bottle.
artisanal calcium deposits.
His microbes were so expensive too, like the voodoo juice and the
Mm,
tarantula. And
mhm.
it was like, yeah, it was all bacillus, right? Different bacillus strains. You buy them way cheaper elsewhere.
Oh,
Like,
Stangman actually is saying something correct. He's saying there are some shitty soils out there. That's true. 100% that's
yeah,
true.
Yes, there
But
is.
I would disagree, and I would say that this is something, again, it's kind of comical the amount of times we could use Coots' wisdom, but we can't because, of course, we know how that went. But he talked a lot about how base mixes can be enhanced into the best soil you can have. And I basically completely so I completely belong to that religion, basically, that the soil mix, so to speak, itself, or I guess technically speaking, they call them soilless mixes. It doesn't really matter. Like where it comes from doesn't really matter. And what matters is the living compost material that you mix it with. So you could literally, in my opinion, you could mix sawdust with some good compost. You could mix gravel with some good compost. You could mix, I shit you not, you could mix some beach sand with some good compost. And I bet you'd grow some decent plants. And I realize that probably sounds ridiculous, but I think that would actually be a really fun experiment one of these days. I
so
swear
you're
to you, I think that the composts and the I guess the essentially the what do you call this? Well, we call it the soil food web, but the inoculants in the fucking compost mean far more than any of the mineralized, I guess they're not mineralized. The finely ground potassium and the fucking CalMag and the this and that and the other, the langbonite that they put in the different mixes. I think those are all irrelevant, honestly. And I also think a lot of times these mineral mixes are effectively irrelevant. I think a lot of times when we amend them, on the topsoil, for example, we basically put these whatever the microbe packs and whatever I guess the mineral packs. I think people don't realize that it takes probably a few years for that stuff to really break down. So all you're really doing is amending it just in case you have that same soil 5 years from now. Like I literally think that some of these things, the potassium and so on, take because we know it takes a couple 3 years to break down like phosphorus or what is it, rock potassium or sorry, rock phosphorus takes like two and a
rock,
half
rock,
years to rock phosphate, sorry, to break that down. So some of this other stuff, langbonite and green sand and those things, those famously take 5, 6, 7 years. So when you're
especially
adding
like
those to
green
your
sand.
mix, 100 fucking percent. So when you're
Yeah,
adding those things to your soil, sure, you are actually amending them. I mean, this is technically true. You're not lying, but you're amending it for literally a half a decade from now. you know.
Stagman.
So the
Hang on a second, Stagman. No one's telling you to use beach sand. He's like, he's like his comment in
I mean, I'm
chat.
half joking, but I have to be honest
Yeah.
with you. Have you ever been to a beach? Like, there's lots of fucking plants there. There's lots and lots of plants. It's not like the salt there is going to kill all those plants. People really wildly misinterpret how salty the beach is, I guess. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I don't know, right in the middle of the ocean where the waves are
you
crashing, I
know,
guess,
like
probably too salty, but I don't know.
also depends. Like if you're talking like Venice Beach where a million people are walking on it,
Mm.
that's one thing. But then there's patches that where like it's pristine. That
No, seriously,
sounds
some of the most rich ecosystems, basically. Look at the Everglades. Basically, uh, I can't think of any words today. Not river delta. Well, I guess it is a river delta. What's the transitional area between the ocean and the marshlands? I guess marshlands. I guess that's what I'm talking about. Those are some of the most rich ecosystems you can find. Those are what become peat bogs eventually. What else? They're filled with crustaceans and fish and fucking bugs and birds and you name it.
yeah.
And yo mama.
A lot of that
Snakes,
shit up in the Northwest too.
Say it
watermelon.
again.
A lot of stuff like that in the Northwest too.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Also out in the
Justin
Louisiana
Bean,
area.
what's good, buddy? Jay Patrick's in the house. Play sand. It'd be a fun experiment, honestly. Really, like, what's the
I used
stupidest thing to grow your shit in? I don't know.
well, no, actually, speaking of play sand, I used
Uh-oh.
that as what do you call it? Like a gnat protector. Like I sprinkled it as a top layer, like maybe like about a quarter inch of it. I put it on top because I was trying to like not gonna name names, but like
Nice
I'd
job.
gotten some clones from somebody, and they came with the most gnats I'd ever seen in my life,
Hmm.
and it created like an explosion of a bunch of like I man, it was hard. It was hard to get rid of I was battling them for like 6 months.
Oh man.
Yeah. Like I almost think it was intentional. I think it almost feels like intentionally like sent me the most infested thing he had.
And when I put up my beds, my 4x8 beds a few years back, me and my wife used to go to this mine out here, Ocean View Mines. It's like a famous tourmaline mine, and over the years we went there a lot of times. Sabrina knew the people. They'd let her take like
Uh-huh.
sometimes we'd take 4 or 6 5-gallon buckets home of the tailings of like you would pay and then you'd look for tourmaline in the big pile of tailings. You'd screen them and you'd collect and yeah, there was little teeny bits of crystal, quartz, this, that, the other, like these like they kind of reminded me of abalone. I don't know the name of it, but they were like scales like silica basically. She used to when she had her own like garden with all of her plants and stuff, and so when she would pot things, she would always put the bottom layer uh, uh, of stuff that came out of these buckets, and then cut the story short. When I had my beds, I bought like I don't know 6 tons of like the mix that I started with. And yeah, I put all the bigger pieces, like handful or smaller, or but then I had all this like it was real small pieces that yeah, when I mix the soil in, I don't know how much of that stuff in there. And yeah, I knew it had to be good. Like it was like, yeah, what makes all crystals and all this shit is minerals.
I was looking up table 87 frozen pizza. It was brought up in the chat. Who brought it up?
James Ortiz.
James Ortiz is saying, "Have you guys what are your guys' thoughts on table 87 frozen pizza?" I don't have any thoughts on it. I haven't tried it. Certainly looks good. I've had okay frozen pizza. People always complain about it. I feel like there's definitely shitty frozen pizza, but Costco has
Yeah.
pretty good frozen pizza. Their Detroit something or other. Oh, I can't remember that. Motor City Pizza, I want to say, is really good. It's Detroit style, which is what kind of like a hybrid between deep dish and New York style. Is that fair? It's kind of like it's a pan pizza, which is a little bit
One,
thicker. Pardon?
which one you say?
Motor City Pizza. They
Oh,
sell it at
oh yeah,
Costco. And then also Costco, by the way, has a good cheese pizza. Just the Kirkland cheese is pretty decent.
that's right.
I feel like I have had that. Fuck, is it called again? If Table 87.
Table
I
Uno.
feel like I've
You
87.
had
had
it.
Uno?
But um I have to
Have
be
you had
honest, I
Uno?
shop at Trader Joe's and Costco most of the time, so no. Uh fuck no, I haven't had a new. No. What about you?
Uno's good.
That must be this table 87 must be American, right?
Yeah, it's from New York, like Brooklyn or
Yeah.
something.
Oh,
Mm.
It's supposed to
okay.
be like it's supposed to be like I think it's like fucking stone fired Brooklyn style pizza, but
Wood
Hey,
fired.
like
speaking of,
flash
hey,
frozen,
how you doing?
flash frozen. But it's
Actually,
supposed to be good, but I don't know.
go figure the most fancy pants New York places are coal fired, which is something else. I don't think I've ever seen a coal fired place on the West Coast. Literally, I don't think I've ever seen it. Not once. Wood fired, sure, but
No.
not coal fired.
I've never,
Not a chance.
I've never heard of a tandoori pizza either. I think that'd be impossible to do.
No,
What?
uh, you know what they do them in is they do them in those like the fucking the green eggs basically. That's basically a tandoor, and you can actually get those pretty hot. I don't think you can get them as hot as like an actual wood-fired oven, but you can still get it pretty hot. You can get it maybe 500-600 degrees, so you can definitely get a decent pizza out of there. But that's actually one of the biggest differences. People don't realize how hot a real wood-fired oven gets. It gets to be like 900 degrees, which is twice as hot as
Wow.
your home oven gets. So people are always like, "Oh, why does my home oven suck?" Actually, that's one of the biggest reasons why your frozen pizzas suck, because you get the frozen pizza and you never really get it to the right heat. You never really get it to a crisping temperature. You basically just kind of warm it up and defrost it and then sort of brown it a little bit. And then it comes out kind of mushy. If you actually put it in something that gets real, like ripping hot, then you actually have a better chance of, for example, air fryers. They're not really ripping hot, but they have convection. Go ahead.
It looks like Chicago and East has cold fire pizza.
Uh,
I can't find I can't find one in
I
LA.
think it's even rare, honestly, because like a um, coal oven, I think they have to be like grandfathered in and shit. I think they're like 100 years old
Yeah,
and stuff.
that's probably what it is. It's probably like too restrictive for like
Mhm.
California's. No, you're not gonna burn coal. What the fuck's
Yeah,
wrong with
seriously,
you?
it's fucking coal. It's like it's literally, if you've ever been in a coal fire, or if you've ever like, because in Europe they heat their houses and stuff with coal, like it's fucking dirty. It's really dirty. Like London, for example, it's like all the streets used to be black because of the coal soot, basically, from
Oh
just heating the
yeah,
houses.
but no, that pizza he's talking about, it's like $16 for a frozen pizza.
Oh shit, it better be good. God damn.
Oh, Bud wants in. Huh.
Oh, we must have lost the first iteration of Bud. Looks like it. Bud's having internet
And
problems.
Smash, he should be able to be
It's,
here
it's
because
so hot in
he
here.
could chime in on this whole East Coast pizza stuff because that's where that's his territory. What's Canada's pizza like, D? What would you describe it? Cardboard? I'm just fucking with you. You're muted, by the way, D.
Motherfucker. No, no,
You're like,
turn it out.
what's the terps on those pizza up there? What's it like?
It tastes like a hockey stick. Like chewing on a
It
hockey stick.
tastes like a used hockey stick.
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
So what's your favorite? The Gretzky sweat?
Yeah, the Bobby Orr.
Now I'm visualizing them like
Where's Tim
a
Hortons?
Canadian deli, and they got a hockey puck. Oh, those are some nice looking buds. They got a hockey puck on the meat slicer, and they're just like shaving it like pepperoni.
That's funny. Yeah, Hillbilly Herb knows what all that blah, blah, blah. Nobody
he just
heard
showed us his
what
formula.
he's talking about.
Hey.
Mother's Pizza.
He
Yeah,
just
I
showed us
agree with Mother's
pH.
Pizza. Sorry, Flora?
So he just showed us his formula, all his GH bottles.
Oh shit, we know the secret. Herbs and
Uh-oh.
spices.
Secrets out.
So
It's like KFC.
apparently the secret with KFC is the white pepper. People never think
The
about
white pepper.
the white pepper. It's always the goddamn white pepper.
White pepper's good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
No,
ghost pepper?
you know.
White pepper? No, it's just another pepper. It's another
Yep.
Chinese pepper, but it's white. There's black, white, red peppercorns. There's a couple different peppercorns.
Oh yeah.
They're actually not related. They're not related to New World peppers, like chilies. Basically, they're different families. But Christopher Columbus thought that they had a similar taste, so he named chilies peppers, basically. And so that's why there's the confusion now.
I love pepper.
So chili is actually a different,
Like
whole
black
different
and
measure.
red.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. Pepper comes from Asia, basically, from I want to say South India.
Oh.
Malabar pepper is certainly a kind, but I want to say that it's from Malabar. I might be getting that wrong. But
Namaste.
anyway, it's somewhere South Asia, Southeast Asia. And then, of course, chilies are from Central and South America.
It's chili. So I like the. Oh shit! No, I can't think of the name of it. Oh, Thai chili. They're fucking fire.
They both have capsaicin, right? Like they both have BTUs of heat, and they both have like I'm
I
talking
think
chilies
white pepper has capsaicin. Yeah, let me take a look. They definitely stimulate the same kind of sensations, but let's take a look if it actually has. It's annoying with this microphone.
Tandoori. No. What do I have? I have some Indian. I might make some Indian food right now. I got some in the freezer. Oh,
Oh, black pepper does not have capsaicin.
huh.
Pepper has piperine. You see, this is why you look shit up.
Pepper.
Capsaicin is unique to chili peppers and its close siblings and is not found in anything else. Both capsaicin and piperine burn the tongue in similar ways, but they're hit very differently. Pepper and salt. What is it? Piperine works differently from capsaicin, so that's one way to tell them apart. Okay, that's just nonsense. All right, that's all the authority there from Foodiosity, but that's good to know.
Yeah, I don't know if it comes out, but this is apples, and yeah, it's like bluish tinge. Like it's hard to. I don't know if it,
I want some apples and bananas now.
I really like the aroma and the
that's the
flavor on that
last
apples and
of
bananas.
it.
Did you guys, did you get
Last grape gas, and then cheetah piss through here, a lot of that, and then I-95, Larry, and then Sherb Crasher.
Sounds like a lot of
It's
commercial
like
stuff.
62 degrees, 57%. Yeah, they all run good together and whatever. They've been working.
Performers, yeah. What were we asking, D?
Oh, I don't remember now.
Oh, no.
I forgot.
Let me go smoke a joint of lemon tree. Talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. That sounds good too.
Yeah, so D, when I had pizza up there, up in Canada, it was always that Looney Tooney pizza. So it was always $1 to $2. So that pizza was like shit. So I never had like what like the real good Canadian pizza is supposed to taste like. So that's why I was asking the opinion. I hope it doesn't taste like hockey puck because that would be like shit.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What Fumi was saying. I was just thinking what Fumi was saying.
But Smash, now that you're back, tell us about Table 87 Pizza. Do you know anything about it?
That's a loony, by the way, everybody. Worth $1.
I've never heard of it.
And neither have I.
It's supposed to be like this high-end frozen pizza from New York.
No, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it.
What's your favorite? What's a good pizza where you're at?
Wow. No, really?
Like, what's the style of pizza you like? Do you like the thin pizza? Do you like the New York kind of style, like
Yeah.
stretchy?
I've come to like the thinner stuff, a little bit of crunch on it. I was saying this the other day actually. I'm not really a fan of deep dish pizza. Then there's like I don't know, I guess bar style pizza is okay.
Greasy, greasy.
Oh, pizza.
Is that what you mean by bar style, like greasier?
Yeah, it's like
Ooh, train.
yeah. And then I don't know what it's called. They have like a square pizza with like a thick, fluffy crust. That's actually a pretty good once in a while. Beach
Oh yeah,
beach pizza is really good.
yeah. That one with the fluffy crust. I don't know what that is either, but that's pretty good. It's almost like a French bread crust.
We used to have a pizza company here called Square Boys Pizza, and usually the pizza was square and not round.
That's how Little Caesars used to be.
Doctor, there we go.
Yeah, there's a pizza place that I don't know if it's just around here. They have a few of them called Irvin, like URBN.
Oh, pizza,
And
dude.
yeah, I mean, it's not really the kind of pizza to get to go. It's thin, but like part of and it's kind of expensive because, and they have like so many ingredients, but like it's all like really good ingredients, like the best fucking pepperoni and they different kinds of it. Uh, and so like each item's kind of pricey, but holy shit. And it's in this wood fire thin. You got to eat it there because, like, yeah, when it comes fresh out, yeah, it's really good. It's worth it. But mainly because, yeah, that's their whole thing is all the ingredients aren't like the cheapest shit they could put on there.
Fuck it. Where are they?
I think New York style is good, but I also like deep dish.
Well, I like that. I guess New York style, thin, kind of thin crust. Yeah, that's what I like. Thin crust pizza,
I'm gonna
kind of
make some of that in a
crispy
minute.
a little.
I
Well,
think.
I like it. I like the thin, but it needs to be floppy, and the cheese needs to stretch.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
like a lot of it gets into ingredients, right? There's real cheese and there's all the bullshit all the way down.
and then
Like that's the
yeah,
difference. Ingredients.
and with the deep dish, like the sauce has to be on point. It
And
has to
with
be
cheese, because there's a lot of cheese.
yeah, and the cheese, yeah, and the dough, of
Like a
course.
lot of cheese. I mean, there's a lot of wiggle room in cheese.
Yeah, but cheap cheese is not good. It's got to be good quality.
Yeah.
Produce processing bag. Seitan pan.
I don't know. Think of like there's one thing you spend your money on in
Well,
life. What it should be food.
yeah, I mean, having a good pizza place, like, yes, like other cities have way better pizza places. Like here, San Diego, yeah, I guess there's still a few if you know where they are, but like the corporate machine of pizza, that's everywhere.
Sweet. I'm gonna make some aloo paratha. Aloo
Is that
paratha.
Indian? Is that Indian like bread?
Yeah, it's potato. It's like naan bread, but it has potato in it and then spices.
Oh, like aloo. Yeah.
Aloo, yeah, that's right, aloo. So you guys get to watch me cook this stuff up and then try it for the first
Oh,
time.
no,
Never
that's good.
try.
I like that stuff. I get that at the Indian restaurant.
Shit. It's on my list of things I want to try.
It's just like naan, but it's like a potato based, and it's got it's good.
Yeah.
All right, finally I did it. Oh, that dude! I've been trying to figure out how to export a whole folder for fucking 25 minutes. 17 minutes. I will let this do this. Then I want to shut the computer down. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to learn how to organize my pictures more. Um, yeah, that's one thing I got to get better with is organizing my pictures and figuring out because I'm having a hard time. Like I'll download them and I'm trying to save all my pictures on my computer, but I opened them in Capture One. Now I'm exporting a whole file of the highest quality I can. But we'll
How long
see.
does that take?
Not long. Uh, 17 minutes, 700 photos.
I see. I thought it was like a process. It's like a small it's a small task. And what are you gonna do? Is this to make some kind of collage or are you editing or what are you doing to these photos? Like what are you using the software for?
I've already edited them. I've sent 300 over to the Harvest Cup already. I've made a 11-minute time lapse and a 20-minute award ceremony video. Tomorrow I got to do my walkthrough video. Yeah, I'm just editing stuff together.
So is this like an alternate to Adobe, to like an Adobe suite, like an alternative software?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Like it's exactly like Lightroom.
I see. So actually, I got what you're saying now. Okay. I just
Trying to
wasn't
get
familiar
everything,
with the title. I never heard of it before.
I'm trying to get everything out onto the computer. I'm trying to save everything on my computer. I'm buying a terabyte hard drive tomorrow.
Is it everything on your phone right now?
No, it's on my laptop.
Oh, your laptop.
On memory cards.
They smell good so far. Frozen state.
Are you gonna put butter on them, or do you have any sauce, or what do you put on them, or
Nothing. I'm just gonna eat them
nothing?
plain, I guess. I don't have any like special sauce. Yeah.
Forgot what sauce they have at the restaurant for the aloo. For the aloo, what do they come with? The potato bread at Monsoon. What did it come with? Did it come with a sauce? I just eat it by yourself. Oh yeah, just eat it by itself.
You
Cool.
know, the chat's asked, James asked, what do you guys think of cloud seeding? And I got that thought, if they got cloud seeding tech down to sign, they could utilize it. Then when there's like a fire that's out of control, burning like hundreds of thousands of acres, that's the time to cloud seed and put the fucking fire out.
Well, there are patents. There are patents and stuff on the cloud seeding, so I don't think it's like conspiracy
Well,
theory.
I know my girlfriend lives in Abu Dhabi, and like she'll know because they say it on the weather and the news. Like, oh, east side of Abu Dhabi, 5:30 to 6:15.
Didn't they
Like
over cloud seed? Didn't they over
oh,
cloud seed?
they've done some weird shit, but like they use it all the time because Dubai and Abu Dhabi, yeah, it's beyond the desert, right? Like they if they didn't have all the money to build the oasis there, no one would live there. Like it's unbearable. So it never rains, and yeah, they use it. during COVID, they actually like put this. You were supposed to go inside when it was happening, but they used it to disinfect the streets. Like they added some shit to it. So like whatever, they do what they want over there.
Yeah, go inside. You're allowed to come outside. We're disinfecting the streets of COVID.
Like,
yeah, that sounds crazy.
They call it like when they talk about it, there's a different, they speak English, like a different term. It's not like cloud seeding. They're like, yeah, there's a way they describe it. I can't remember it. It makes it just seem normal. And so I imagine, yeah, I mean, there's conspiracies that the government does it or uses it, or well, so far I haven't seen it where it's like obviously there's been droughts in areas that millions of dollars of crops were lost. Well, wouldn't that be the time to cloud seed and make, put the rain in? Like, I guess it would be if you could use it for good things. We should never have droughts.
I gotta figure out when I was shooting the other day, some of my pictures ended up graining, and I gotta figure out what setting did that because I don't know. I wasn't trying to hit it.
Oh wow, it's brown. Holy shit. Cool.
He made his weed brown.
Oh no, my thing. Mialu Parata. Already brown.
Oh, Sonny Brown. Oh,
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that fast. I'm frozen.
good. Oh,
3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Lately, I've been into churros. There's this like Mexican food company makes like this frozen churros. You put them in the oven and put cinnamon sugar on them.
Oh, I don't like churros.
No,
I
what?
love churros.
They're like a
Churros
donut.
and coffee. Oh man, they're the best.
I like churros.
Huh?
How does D not like churros?
I don't know.
It's like chewing on styrofoam, cinnamon styrofoam.
No, not at
no,
all.
not-
You must
not
have had
if
a
they're-
crappy churro.
Then you gotta get
Yeah.
a good one. Yeah, it's like fluffy inside.
Warm, crunchy, soft. It's everything.
You get the crunchy outside with a warm, fluffy inside. That's the best churro.
Yeah.
I guess I haven't tried the right
And
churro.
like places like I've never had a better churro than at like the State Fair, like in Del Mar. A couple times I've been down there, like, and they got the food court and they got the fucking churros, the good ones there.
I'd mail you one D, but it probably wouldn't taste good by the time it got there.
There's this company, Oyas or whatever. They sell frozen churros in 5 minutes in the oven. They're fucking good.
Cheers, everybody in the chat, by the way. I can't see you right now, but everyone's having a great night. The fuck am I slipping on?
I have
Water.
no idea.
Your mama.
Is Canadian water good?
I don't know. I don't drink it.
No. What do you drink?
Coffee.
Doesn't it have Canadian water in it?
Yeah, but it's coffee, so it's kind. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you use tap water for your coffee?
No, spring.
Hmm.
We used to. I used to use tap water. I didn't find anything, but now it's like you can really taste the chlorine in it more.
That's gross.
Yeah. Oh shit. I'm gonna give us another minute. Just so I Damn, this thing looks pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And they're on sale, so hopefully if it's good, I'll buy some. I'm gonna go buy some more.
Where'd you get it?
Freshco. It's at the grocery store. They started
Yeah.
since our my area, well, especially my area has been being populated with Indian people now. Our local grocery stores are bringing more exotic stuff in from different countries, like India,
My
which is
local
pretty
grocery
cool.
store, my local grocery store is populated with one Indian.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have them all over here.
But he's cool.
Yeah. Well, we have Indian, Hindi, we have Indian, and we have Pakistani as well. So, three different cultures.
Hmm.
Okay.
No, this guy's a crypto king.
I'm gonna put this over one more time. Nothing special to look at, but it's apparently really good. I can't wait. Look it.
Hmm. Damn. What's this Portuguese you're talking about, buddy?
The churro, that it came from Portugal and Spain. It's not Mexican. Well, it became.
Oh, there we go.
You think the LA version of it's Portuguese or do you think it's Mexican?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've never gone to Portugal and had like what they're representing.
Me
It
either,
might
but
be.
I've gone to a lot of Mexican restaurants and they offer churro.
Hey,
Yeah.
good are you?
Maybe maybe it's a shared culture thing.
All right, here we go. It actually reminds me of
You didn't let
uh
it cool down?
what's that?
You didn't let it cool down a little bit?
I did. I'm ready. I'm already eating it, dude. It's good.
What's it remind you of?
Oh yeah, a potato pancake. Like the we used to have in Scotland. They have a potato. They make these things called Scotty. Ugh, can't talk right tonight, guys. Scotty scone. A scone. It's like a scone with potato, but it tastes like that, but with Indian spice. It's different. It's good.
Yeah, that's yeah, I like those too. I get them. I like naan a lot too, like garlic naan.
Mm. I haven't tried garlic naan yet. I've had regular naan. Okay.
Regular naan's good too because garlic naan I like put butter on it.
True. I can mark that off on my list now. The check mark.
Well, is this a bucket list item?
Yep.
Well, put garlic naan on there. Write that on there. You need to
It's
try
on
that.
you. It's on there.
Yeah.
And I already know people in chatter are
Well,
saying butter
I would
chicken.
recommend that you go to a local Indian restaurant that's like decent and
Yeah.
order it. And they'll probably be like $3 or $4 and delicious.
Yeah, we have my first video. Well, I didn't do a video. I did there's an Indian restaurant close to me. I went there and it made me sick, so I didn't go there anymore. But I talked to Mrs. D's sister because Mrs. D's sister loves Indian food as well, and she recommended this place by us, another place, which I was gonna try anyways. And so I tried them, and they're freaking awesome. So that's where I've been going. Really good. Try that if you want.
Where? Which one was on?
That one. I don't know. Yeah, aloo paratha. Pretty good.
Where are the what the? Yeah.
The it should be here, dude. Just saw them.
Hey D, can you get moose beef jerky up there at the store?
What's that, Flora?
Can you buy moose beef jerky at the store?
No.
No.
You say moose?
Yeah.
No, I wish. I love moose. Moose is
Yeah.
awesome to eat.
How would you describe the flavor of moose?
It's like roast beef, but a little more gamey. Not like gamey, like bad, but or strong, but it has like a different kind of taste to it. But it's really good. Let's find them. Yeah.
What about elk? Do you like elk?
No, I haven't had elk. I've had buffalo. Buffalo's really good.
Buffalo.
Yeah. When I was in uh Caribbean one time, they had buffalo steak and they're like this thick. So I had one thinking, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. And I ate a big meal already on top of that. So I went back and I had like six more. They were just so good.
Wait,
What?
you said the Caribbean? When you were in the Caribbean, they had buffalo?
Yeah.
Would they import it or they have buffalo in the Caribbean?
I don't know. It was all you can eat. It was a resort.
One time when I was in South Dakota, I wasn't that close, but it was close. Like we pulled off the side of the road and there was maybe half dozen buffalo.
Get the
I thought he
gun.
said I thought he said when he was
just
in the
remember
Caribou.
going, holy shit, that thing is huge.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, a cow's big and has a lot of weight. Nothing. Buffalo is like fucking 3 times that big.
I would understand if you said the Caribou, but the Caribbean, I know they had them things roaming around there.
Well, I mean, they're not fully extinct, but compared to the numbers of buffalo that used to roam our country, like, yeah, we ate a lot of buffalo once upon a time because that's why there are no more buffalo.
Yeah, it'd be cool if buffalo were running around. That'd be instead of coyotes. I'd love to see buffalo.
But they used to, like, if you follow history, yeah, there was a time when like buffalo, like yeah, they would migrate. There's so many
Yeah,
of
when they
them.
built the train, they fucking shot them.
Yeah, those things would probably be fucked up. They run into your car or some shit, like they were just running around and
Free meal. Free meat.
this fucking car.
Yeah, so it was like sport. They would hunt them when they were building the railroads. They would literally shoot them outside of the trains and leave them to die because they knew they were the Native Americans' food source.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard
They
that.
got caught in the crosshairs of history. Yeah.
Yeah, you could pay a couple extra bucks and shoot as many as you fucking wanted. And they never stopped to get the meat. They just left it there.
Yeah, they
Well, today the BOE would do that, but there's laws in place. So like I follow this one thing called Sky Dog Ranch, and they adopt or they pay and get money to get them out of the kill pens. And these are wild Mustangs and a couple other breeds that the populations, I guess, are threatening to the BOE, our government. And yeah, they use helicopters and they just snatch them and put them in kill pens. And then, there's like what do you call it? Like a auction type thing. You have to go through this. Oh, and they stamp them and fuck them up. Like, because these are like just wild horses. And like, even, I don't know, but like one of the things here is like most of humanity must have forgot the contributions horses made to like where we are today. Okay. Because we sure treat them like shit, man. Either we
oh,
race
yeah,
them,
a horse is a pretty smart animal. I don't know if you want to
They're
treat
not
that like
dumb.
and then we understand wild horses and the breed. Yeah, like I don't know. It's what the it seems senseless that they spend all this money and have this whole apparatus to round up a portion of like wild horses and basically kill
I mean, that's why we hunt like deer. Like, there's a certain, like, the Wildlife Commission
Raccoon.
nowadays
them.
keeps track of everything, and you have to get tags and stuff to hunt
Yeah,
deer,
I
moose.
get the idea. You know, we're
Raccoon.
trying to control nature for our
For squirrel.
whatever, our deal. Where I guess in my heart, I just wish we lived in a world where nature
Well,
was
no,
like
it's also for their good
we
too,
just
because
lived alongside it. We didn't try to fucking control it.
like just like the Everglades, dude. Right now, the African python is taking over. Um, and there's people ripping them out of the Everglades by the numbers to save the natural habitat. Overpopulation's a real thing with animals. If
what are
there's
they
too
ripping
many,
out? What are they
huh?
ripping out of the
Pythons.
Yeah, but I thought they exist because they're fucking people's pet
It
fucking
is.
python.
It's a couple.
They,
I think a couple are they think some got released and there was no natural predators, so it just kept getting bigger and spawning, and now they're fucking everywhere. And then there's African rock pythons that are even meaner than the fucking Burmese.
Yeah. I hear they're vicious little motherfuckers.
Um,
Don't bite and shit.
you gotta manage stuff. Like, I get it. Like,
I heard their bite is pretty hard too. They
you
got a
gotta think,
bite.
as our civilization got bigger, it made little pockets where animals can live without many predators. So us hunting is kind of adding that percentage back into it.
Well, I think something that they learned over time was because, like, even a thing where they got rid of, because of the ranchers, they got like almost extinct a certain wolf. Now, because and then they realized that they're celebrating that the population is rebounded because one thing about nature, it's all balanced on itself. Like, so you start playing with it. Yeah.
That's what she said.
There's some weird laws with like owning a farm. If anything is like threatening your money, pretty much you can kill it.
I get it. I mean,
Well, yeah.
as part of
My
civilization, that's we have dominion over the fucking everything.
My uncle used to have to, because he's a farmer, a cattle farmer and everything. So he used to have to go out, shoot at coyotes and shit. They used to go after the cattle.
Oh, you know how many fucking raccoons and shit die every year because they go into farms eating eggs and stuff,
Yeah,
killing chickens.
I know a guy that eats raccoon.
You
And
can. I hear the meats. I,
ugh,
I don't know.
dark
I've heard of people eating possum.
Yeah, that's a really gross one too, I heard. And squirrel. People eat
I
squirrel.
heard squirrel was okay.
Ugh.
I just remember
Um,
that one
Hey,
nature challenge show where
that's my
you're on your own,
favorite.
and the one guy like jumped on the back of a moose and uh,
that's
cut his
stupid.
throat, right?
Must be
And he was
Canadian.
set. He was set to win that show because the rest of them were like trying to catch mice to eat and shit, right? And the winter came. Dude had a whole moose, right?
Was
And
he
get down
Canadian
to the
born?
end, they usually make it about 100 days or whatever. Yeah, they started doing medical on this guy, and then they had to pull him out because yeah, a moose, and when you really get down, in the brain and in the face, there's some fat, but the meat doesn't have any fat in it, right? So even though this guy had like a
That's
thousand pounds
Canadian.
of meat, it didn't have fat, and without the fat, yeah, he went like toxic, and they medically pulled him out. I remember
So it
going,
was
"Oh fuck!"
all
Like you think
protein,
you're set, you got a whole fucking moose,
all
but no,
protein, no fat.
I think
That
yeah,
that's
sounds
why a lot of people
delicious.
make jerky.
I love roast. A roast beef, like a roast beef, is fucking good. Oh my god.
And I remember, like, I just remember that season going, yeah, that's a fucking lesson.
Mm.
Like even they said, like they afterwards they interviewed me. Said, yeah, I should have kept catching fish and and like things that had more fat. But he
Like
had the
pretty
moose, so
fish.
he didn't have to trip. He was gorging on food, right? But it had no fat. 3 months in, I was like, yeah, well, that's a lesson there.
Coming?
I gotta go. I gotta get this terabyte hard drive tomorrow. It's gonna help me tremendously.
Mrs. D just bought a external hard drive. So you can put all their pictures and shit on it.
Yeah, this thing's just gonna sit somewhere. I gotta get the SATA cable or whatever it's called. There's a special cable for it. Oh, all right. What time is it? It is 12:14. All right, everyone get ready
Perfect.
for the 20.
9:14. All right, should be on.
Oh, I got some seeds this weekend. I got shout out to Purpose Genetics. Guy's a really cool guy. I think he's a vet and he also gives seeds to vets. This is his strain, Cindy Cake. Don Etsy. Feminized seeds, Wi-Fi number 3 to black. No, Wi-Fi number 3 to Biker Kush version 2. Crossed to Gorilla Glue. Number 4, then they took that plant and crossed it to S'mores. And that's from Bristol County Cultivation. Terpene genetics, but I don't even know. I tried to look this up on Instagram. I couldn't even find it. Not so little schmeckle, little schmeckle, to little schmeckle. I think it's this Jewish kid.
Yeah, smeckle means, doesn't that mean something dirty?
I think he was I think his whole thing was he was using his heritage, being Jewish, like embracing it, I guess you would say. Which whatever, that's cool. I think that's him. I gotta ask.
Okay.
You meet so many fucking people at these events, man.
So actually, Schmegel is a wiener. I was like,
That's what
I
I
think that
thought.
means wiener, but yeah, it means wiener apparently. So like a schmuck is basically, uh, fucking wiener, basically like a dick, basically. So he's breeding little dick to little dick to little dick. Yeah, that's kind of amusing. Whatever.
So it's little dick, and the strain's called not so little.
But, oh, look at black gas. Look at what?
I haven't even gone through this yet. I got a whole goodie bag here.
Apples and banana. Fish fries. Ooh.
Oh, Stangman's talking about smoking pork butts for 8 hours. Holy shit. Stang, do you use 8 hours? Do you use charcoal or do you use gas? What do you use? I just finally bought well, it's been a few weeks now, but I bought a Weber kettle after years of
Ooh.
wanting one. I had it technically was made by Weber, but it was different. It was a different brand. Anyway, it was some off brand or something that Kettle made. Wasn't an off brand. It was just like a different brand. Anyway, whatever. It was my old place.
Not the Traeger thing, was it?
No, it wasn't a Traeger. Although
Oh,
Traeger is from the area. They used to be, I think they're still from Tualatin. They used to make them here in Tualatin. But yeah, now they're all made in fucking China. But yeah, they're from
no,
here.
it's
Anyway, I'm not a big fan of the pellet stuff, just basically because it's, I don't know. I don't need to fuck with the bullshit and whatever. I'm a little bit racist against pellets, honestly, just because
It's just
step, my
against pellets.
yeah, my stepdad had a pellet stove, and I had to carry the pellet bags just for pointless fucking reasons, whatever. Anyway, but so I
anti-pellite.
like
Like
charcoal.
chips?
What's that?
Oh, you don't like wood chips either?
No, I like well, I guess it depends on what you mean. For smoking, or what do you mean?
Yeah, for smoking.
Well, the wood chips basically I just kind of season I usually use lump charcoal and then I just kind of season. I smoke with, apple wood or whatever, wood chips, yeah. A little goes a long way, surprisingly. Holy cannoli. I wonder what it would be like to actually grill with lump applewood. I don't think I've ever done that, honestly, because normally when I grill, it's with what, like oak and shit like that. But yeah, well, that'd be cool. Or just a dried applewood. Fuck, I can't think of words today. A hunk of wood. What was
Oh shit. I just found some.
not quite a log. It's a
Oh,
you know what I mean. Piece of wood. Stingman says pellets are cheating. Stingman says indirect heat for sure, low and slow, add wood slow. So I presume that you mean, oh no, he's saying he uses an offset wood smoker. Oh, sweet, Stingman. Well, no surprise, he's a Texan. Uh, uh, Probably with your driver's license renewal, you have to do a quick impromptu meat smoking or something. But that's awesome. I would love to have an offset smoker.
hey,
Actually, I was looking at offset smokers at Home Depot yesterday. They had some on sale. I was like, oh fuck, I should buy one. But I don't know. Maybe I'll wait a little bit.
So I was just looking
hey,
through
where's
that
that?
goodie bag.
Pardon?
I was just looking through that goodie bag I got from the event. Destiny Relic Seeds, those guys. There's
Relic seeds is cool.
Relic Super Silver Haze.
Oh, cool. Right on. What were you
Interesting.
saying, D?
Hey, oh, I was just gonna say, doesn't that make you an anti-pellite?
Anti-pellet.
You're an anti-pellite.
Yeah.
I'm
Do
not
you see?
an anti-dentite. Is that Flora?
I said you're up in like I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know if Seattle is more so, but like smoked salmon territory, right? Like you have a lot of
Oh, for
that,
sure. Yeah. Yep. I
and
would
that's
say this
pretty
is kind of the
tasty.
home base of smoked salmon. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure we didn't invent it here, but I would imagine the Scots probably. Well, I wonder who the fuck invented smoked salmon way back. It's probably some.
The
You
British.
don't think Native Americans did it?
No, I'm thinking like who the fuck way back when invented smoked salmon? Yeah, I imagine the Native Americans invented, but also Europeans probably did way back when.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think like how long ago?
Well, probably
Maybe
the
like
Norse.
shit. 10,000 years ago, I bet you they were smoking meats and stuff. I wonder. I honestly wonder.
Not the Canadian.
Um,
I think they started smoking meats in China, so it might be even longer.
Well, but they wouldn't. I don't know. I was going to say they probably wouldn't have transferred that technology like 10,000 years ago. So I'm like, that probably would have been one of those things that you independently developed, you know? So I would imagine the what the Nordic peoples and stuff probably smoked their meats. I'm really just talking out of my ass. I don't actually know, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you got to think because some of these places hunted whales and stuff, like some of the indigenous places hunt whales and stuff, and they used to
They still
smoke
do.
it. Yeah, they still do, and they smoke it,
I don't know
and
if they
it
smoke
lasts.
the whales and stuff. I think they do other
Smoke the
stuff
whale.
like the Inuits. I don't think they have anything to smoke them with. I don't think they have
I might be wrong.
fuel. Um,
Faroe Island. The
Faroe Islands is an interesting case.
They're a bunch of
Oh
left.
yeah, they still to this day hunt whales and stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of butthurt about the Faroe Islands. They kill a lot of dolphins and shit. They don't
Yep.
really give a fuck. In their defense, they claim that they're a very sort of
They've been doing it forever.
untouched original. Yeah, they claim tradition essentially, that they've been doing it forever, that they do it within their um
You mean
sustainable
they don't
limits and stuff,
overdo it?
which seems to actually be true for what it's worth, et cetera, that they're using it for food, not just basically for like export, because I don't think they actually export the whale meat and so on. But anyway, I guess I was going to say
The
that other than
plants.
that, the Faroe Islands are kind of interesting because the temperature is basically always about 60 to 65 degrees with a constant wind and also low humidity. I want to say like less than 50% humidity. So it happens to be the perfect temperature to ferment meat, which is just a bizarre like superpower for your island to have. But basically, what they have is everybody has like a meat curing shack, and it's like this. It's very unique because it's essentially a barn that only really keeps like bird shit off, and basically the sides are kind of open to the air, like they're slats. Basically it's not really open, but it's like slats essentially, so the wind can pass through, and they just hang up meat basically and let it air dry and air cure essentially. So they're basically dry aging all of their meat for weeks, months, whatever. And then I've seen videos like they put all kinds of shit in there. They probably put whale, they definitely they put fish and elk, and I know they probably don't have elk, but whatever the fuck they have, I don't remember
How
what the fuck
much
they
meat you think?
have, but
I mean, whale has a lot, mostly fat, right? I wonder how much is
whale.
actually
Oh,
meat.
there's gonna be a lot of fucking meat on a whale. It's gonna be
Um,
like a cow. Like cows have like a shitload of fat, but they also have a shitload of meat too.
Yeah.
So it'd be like the same. And I mean, like fish, like aquatic animals are always ripped. So I think like just because a whale has blubber and stuff doesn't mean it's gonna be like a seal. They're fucking ripped under all that blubber.
that someone's mating call or what's up?
Oh, your mom.
Well, that was exactly that was a nice one.
Yeah, she might come.
I gotta get out of here. Gotta be up early tomorrow.
Later, smashed.
Be
Yes,
safe.
man.
Hop on, folks. Join the conversation. We're obviously kind of loosey goosey here, so you guys are more than welcome to come and chat with us. Cheers, by the way, folks in the chat. Hardcore's hanging. Jason Online's hanging. Good to see you, buddy. Who else in here that we have missed?
Red.
Oh, Red Setter Farms. Good to see you, Red Setter, and Doctor. Leave you alone. Midwest Outlaws in the house. What's going on, Midwest? Who else in here? VT, of course, hanging with us.
James Ortiz.
Nice to see you, James Ortiz.
Yeah.
James Ortiz says, I've always wanted to visit Canada. I can quite highly recommend it, actually. I haven't really been to that many places in Canada. I've only really been to
Take
mostly the
off,
West
eh?
Coast. I've been to British Columbia, certainly a few times. I've been to Vancouver and Victoria, both really lovely cities. Victoria is quite a bit smaller, which is ironically on Vancouver Island. It's a little bit confusing for people. Vancouver is over, is it in Victoria Bay or something? I remember there's a very confusing backwardsness to that. But anyway, Vancouver
Victoria
is
is
the big
north.
city in BC, and then Victoria. Is Victoria further north? Yeah, I think it is
Yes,
further
yeah,
north.
it's straight
Yeah.
north.
And it's on, like I said, Vancouver Island, which is a
Yeah,
fairly big island, honestly. But anyway,
it's nowhere near
Home
Vancouver.
of,
Victoria's super charming. What's that?
I said, but
oh,
it's nowhere near Vancouver.
Victoria Island's also home of, oh shit, no, I forgot his name. Uh, Flora? What's his
It's
name?
home. No, it's the Bud guy, the guy, great God Bud
Oh,
guy.
Bubble Man. Oh,
A
No,
Great
no.
Garden, House of the Great Gardener. Home of the
Oh,
Great,
ah,
that's where House of the Great Gardener lives.
I
On
see.
Vancouver
same
Island.
with what the fuck? The guy that made God Bud. I can't think of his name right now. He's fucking. It's an easy one too. Fucking. What's the name? Come
Mm.
Oh, oh, shit, fuck, damn.
on.
I can't think of it. Oh my god. But
Fuck.
yeah.
Okay, Google. I'm gonna have to lose up to
Yeah, I
Google.
can't think of it either.
Oh, Dana Larson?
No, let's see this here. God Bud.
Not that fucking dumbass other guy.
No, no, no. It's like the
Uh,
real. You get it right from the breeder. I guess I got to use the communist search engine. Hang on a second here.
The communist search engine? What's
Google.
no,
that? Oh,
Google. Yeah.
Russian Google.
No, just Google's become like
what is that?
so
Yandex or
political.
something?
They've become so political, like Jordan of the Islands.
Oh, I was gonna say
Oh,
Jordan on the
right.
Islands. Fuck me, I should have just said it, and I would have sounded so clever.
Yeah. He has good stuff. That guy is legit gear.
Here you go.
But
Too
yeah.
legit to quit.
Yeah, Scroogle. The old Scroogle. I don't know. Google used to be really good like 10 years ago. You find a lot of
Mhm.
stuff. It was cluttered. Um, but
No, everybody that gave a shit
I don't
left.
think
And
I don't think you should have to like pay Google so that you can be within the first 10 pages. You know, like
And
the search
it's
engine is
more
supposed
just optimization. Even I don't even think it's well, there is sponsorships and stuff, but it's more just people
to
gaming it pretty
SEO.
much. And a
and
lot of AI now. I've started to get really bad results thanks to AI articles and stuff. I've started to get a few times now when I searched for what was it the other day I was looking for? Oh, I was looking for costume ideas for Halloween, and I was looking for Jackie Daytona from the TV show, excuse me, What We Do in the Shadows. And I remember vividly a couple of years ago searching literally for Jackie Daytona, What We Do in the Shadows, and finding a bunch of pictures from this perspective, that perspective from the show, literally pictures from the show. And this time I searched on both Google, Bing, a couple other places. Couldn't find shit basically.
Oh, you
It's
use
all been replaced by AI, like t-shirt sale websites and stuff. It's super fucked up. The internet has just been completely shitified now already.
have you used the
and
Soviet Yandex?
Oh, fuck off. I'm not gonna use anything Russian. No,
It's a
I
fucking
wouldn't touch Russian shit with that, with not with your fucking fingers. Seriously, the Russia can
well,
go
I
fuck
would go
itself.
there before Chinese search engine.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe, but Russia just can go fuck itself with three hammers.
saw.
I think that's
And
on their
another
flag, 3 hammers or three
Go
something.
fuck itself with a shovel. I don't care. Just as long as it go fucks itself. That's the important part.
But no,
Well,
there
those
needs to
are
be a better search engine. Like Yahoo and all those guys, they relied on like Google. Like they were
well,
paying Google.
everything's gotten in shitified. I'm telling you,
It's
I
like
like
stuff goes all right, but
Bing
yeah, there's
sucks.
not really a great search engine right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to like web crawler.
Well, I mean, won't eventually, like, even that one called Clyde, 3 point, like, I guess
Oh,
she's getting
Claude.
ready to Claude, and that guy, wouldn't he just like eventually one of those take over Google? Like, okay, Google's not even relevant anymore because there's Claude or some super AI thing that's just gonna make what Google was able to do.
Maybe. I mean, that's what Microsoft is banking on.
I mean,
That's their
isn't
whole
Google
Copilot.
in the AI thing to race too?
Oh, they're way behind, ironically, because that's all their
Okay.
technology. But no, they do. I mean, they definitely now when you Google something, you get AI search results and stuff.
It was five and
Sometimes which are good, and sometimes which are laughably horrible.
Lex Friedman just posted an interview. It was 5.5 hours long. I can't remember the dude's name. He's the guy that runs the company that built Clyde. He was interesting. But then the real interesting one was this lady, Amanda. She's a kind of hot blonde, but like
Amanda
she has
Hugger.
a PhD in
Yes.
ethics from like Oxford, and then PhD in what is it, philosophy and all this. And like she's tasked, or no one's spent or been with Claude more than her. Meaning she does the basically the post testing thing where she was saying some really like ultimately in that time when she runs through all this stuff like 8 hours, 10 hours a day with it. When it says certain things like or starts because they have to like mold the personality and they've learned how to do that or think they have like when he took a certain like objective uh, uh, response, then they say no, never to say or that again. Like they have ways that they're like building its parameters basically. And I was like, yeah, this shit's getting heavy, right? And at a certain point, like the other guy was explaining, well, if we keep growing, like in the last 10 months, we went from this to this. Yeah, in the next 2 years, it's going to go to this. There's this like no way it's not. Wow, it's pretty heavy with like ultimately like I'm old, so I'm not so sure, but that seems like you better jump on that train bandwagon because it's going to change a lot of things, especially computing.
Well, they're look at what they're doing in the schools already. They're already teaching kids how to code, to do coding, which is crazy. I never
Well,
learned coding in school.
like when you listen to this crazy lady Amanda, it's all about prompts, and she says that's where like like she has it that she makes symbols like basically taking language to a different level to certain prompts that basically a lot of these get into ethics and like not being condescending, not trying to like have a certain view, like left to its own learning, it's going to pick up that because the internet and the databases that it's going through has a lot of that in it. But somehow, like, I'm not good at explaining shit, but it was 5.5 hours. I was like, yeah, these people are into some heavy duty shit here, man. And like making the
Oh, I
like
wish
the
there was
person
somebody
out.
besides Lex Friedman to listen to. I can't fucking stand him.
Yeah, but like sometimes he has guests that are like,
What? Yeah, I don't watch him.
this guy was part of the
He's just
Open Chat
really
GTP.
slow-witted, and he's
He
like a
the guy he
crypto
was interviewing
conservative.
that owns Anthropic, something like that. Oh, I got enough. I don't know the whole story, but yeah, he was part of the open chat thing and ran the board and basically, and then decided to do his own thing. And he's might be the guy in the front of the race as far as where it's at the moment. Yeah, him and like basically 1,000 people. Like part of his whole thing is, I was able to hire the best people to.
It'll leapfrog. And also, one thing that people are realizing right now is that these large language models are not a path, most likely not a path to artificial general intelligence, that they're really just their own kind of tool, which is still very useful. But all it is just a predictive text chatbot, basically on steroids. It's not really that different fundamentally. And they still can't logic around the world. What was it? Actually, Apple just released a study that they essentially don't reason, even when they kind of ape reason, because they're basically very good at predictive text. What am I trying to say? I swear shit, I can't talk today.
Can't talk.
They're very good at filling out a text field based on predictive text analysis, essentially. And it sounds super plausible, everything they write. And it sounds like they're actually reasoning it out. And it seems like they're reasoning it out. When you fuck with a large language model, ChatGPT or Claude or any of these guys, you actually have this perception like, holy shit, this thing is really understanding the world. And yet it's just not possible. When you talk to anybody that actually understands these things, they just kind of laugh and they're like, this is just, it's like a calculator. A calculator doesn't understand the world. What are you, stupid? Like, a calculator can calculate things super, super well, but it doesn't understand the world at all. And sure enough, apparently these large language models don't understand the world at all. And they physically can't learn anything about the world. So we'll see.
Like, you're not talking like Chat GPT, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, ChatGPT, for example. And I was also going to say it's most likely that a lot of these, the best LLM or whatever, is going to leapfrog from time to time. Because, for example, for the last 2 years or maybe 2.5 years, everybody's been talking about Midjourney as the best um, visual AI, basically. And of course, OpenAI has their own with this Dolly, and there's a couple other ones. Well, there used to be a couple other ones that we used to actually fuck with on the show. I used to have this one. It was the Dream AI or something. That one was from a different AI that I can't think of the name right now. Stability AI or whatever. Yeah, Stability AI, I think it was. Well, that one has shit the bed basically already. That one is now way behind, barely even being worked on. And now in the meantime, I can't even remember the name of it. I've got it on my page here somewhere. Anyway, a way better AI basically even than Midjourney just came out of nowhere in from London. They're from England somewhere. I can't remember if it's from London, but anyway, it's
Yeah,
from
man.
the UK, and it's super fucking good, basically, just out of nowhere. And they didn't come up with it yesterday. They've been working on it obviously for some time, but there's going to be teams like that because it's a team of like 10 or 15 people. It's not 200. It's not 2,000 people. It's 10 or literally 5 to 10 to 15 people that are working on these things,
Is there
and
a
then they
hardware
start to
angle
get.
to it?
I mean, yeah, because they have to have the compute, so to speak, right? But as long
The
as you,
chips.
yeah, 100%, basically really powerful computers, basically. Um, yeah, I guess I couldn't answer that, but
And in the
probably
in the
someone in the chat would be
quantify a
able to.
scale, like that's some of what this guy was saying. The amount of compute that's going to be necessary for it to achieve, whatever vision they have is a lot.
I mean, anything big needs a lot. I'm honestly surprised that we as a country haven't started some kind of an Apollo program for AI. It seems to me really foolish and really irresponsible, actually, to just leave it to for-profit companies and just kind of hope for the best.
Private
I guess that's what
companies.
we're gonna
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
But don't most of those
Yeah.
private companies use universities? So that's kind of doesn't
A
that kind of go with,
parasitical relationship. Yeah. Basically, strip mine the universities for value. 100%.
yeah.
No, I get the sense that even though all the different players are all like act like there's no real, they're all working for the same goal. No, I have a feeling that's the most cutthroat game going on because somebody's going to emerge the big winner financially. The investment, because there's a lot of money
Yeah, they're
going
not
out.
going to the same goal. They're going to this a similar goal. They all want to basically be the fucking winner. But yeah, it's like saying everyone in the 100-yard dash basically is fighting for the same goal. I mean, yes, technically, but against each other, right?
Well, I mean, a lot of it was talking about how that especially Claude, can just like write its own code. Yeah, basically, like you won't need coders anymore. This thing writes its own code.
Well, that's not really as impressive as it sounds, I don't think. From what I understand, basically the majority of a coder's job basically is debugging, and then essentially, not even that, I guess, basically strategizing how to do things well, and I don't know, architecting things. And so it's kind of like anything in life, honestly. It's like building a house. It's like the carpenter themselves could be replaced by 10 robots, but then the carpenter could probably build 10 times as many houses because the carpenter's problem, their bottleneck, is actually going from plan to execution, I guess. So how do I put this? Like if you could literally speed up a coder, like a human coder's job, you could actually make them just do more work or be more efficient. What am I trying to say? I'm not explaining this well at all. Yeah. I'm not explaining this well at all.
I think
I might
AI
be
is
Well,
in
great.
the
and I get the sense
trough of
like,
unstoned to too stoned,
I mean,
or to
eventually wouldn't it
to
be the
future
thing
stoned.
where each person pays whatever because then they have their own personal clock, right? Then becomes like your friend, your assistant, your
That's what they keep promising.
whatever
It'll
part
get
of
here
your
eventually.
existence, right? Yeah, you got this
Mhm.
with, like just and it assists you where who knows how many ways.
I mean, this. I don't have a new iPhone, but supposedly the new iPhone, Apple Intelligence, is baby stepping into that. It can do some little calendar arrangements and whatever. But before long, I guess Apple even is supposed to integrate ChatGPT. So supposedly, anytime now, they're going to actually integrate literally being able to talk to your phone and ask it to do stuff supposedly. So that'll be pretty useful. I mean, yeah, literally like writing emails and whatever else. Can you imagine you're just driving along in your car and not only so and so emailed you, Siri or whoever the fuck, whatever your Apple Intelligence is called, it tells you on the phone speaker or the computer, the car speaker. It's like, oh, so and so emailed you. Well, instead of just saying, okay, please respond, you could basically tell the AI, could you please respond to Bill and tell Bill that, I fuck don't know. What are we talking about? That, yeah, I'll meet him tomorrow and I'd be perfectly happy to talk about the contract, whatever the fuck, right? I'm obviously just making up this entire story anyway. And then the AI will actually formulate a coherent, cohesive email as if it was a personal secretary, right? Not just basically you repeating it to Siri like it is now, because basically right now you can literally turn on the microphone and just talk until you stop talking, and then Siri will basically a text to speech that. But it's basically doing it in a stupid way. It'll be cool when you can actually have essentially a digital secretary or a virtual secretary. We're almost there. I don't know. It'll be
Yeah.
interesting. It'll be weird. Honestly, it'll be weird to
Like
get there.
Jarvis?
100%.
I'm not
Yeah.
that smart. So out of the terms they were using and they had all these abbreviations, I didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about. But it was one of those conversations like, wow, these guys are like, I know it's coming along, but like it was like a window into like, oh, they're pretty close to some pretty crazy stuff.
I think they hype it like
Now,
that. I don't know that they are that close to anything. That's basically what people have been talking about the last 6 or 7 months. That basically that
well,
first
this
year,
the
year and
one
a half
lady
of AI. I mean,
that came
ChatGPT's
on.
been like big time for 2.5 years now, and we're still no closer to AGI,
So
basically.
basically, what she described her job is to like sit and talk to Claude, like
Sure.
like
You can
all
talk
day
to Claude
long,
all day if you
like
wanted to. But
right,
you could
and
literally
like
pay,
she's
I think it's ten
explaining that,
dollars a
oh
month, and you
well,
could
it
talk to it.
knows me, like of course it knows me because that's part of what the I'm like going, yeah, that gets kind of
I
personal
think
and
ten
stuff.
bucks a
Now
month
I
to
don't
talk.
know if everybody's gonna have access to have something like that, like at
Wait,
first, but eventually
Claude's
that
whole thing
okay.
is that it has a large context windows. So basically, it can remember more about you, whereas ChatGPT can only remember a very small amount. And then basically it resets. Even if you're in the same window, basically, it eventually reset. I can't remember how many characters it is. If you pay for it, it gets more characters. But basically, it can't remember 2 years ago that you told it something. Whereas Claude, effectively, it can remember like a couple books worth of information. So, 3, 4, 500 pages worth of information. So if you've been talking to it for, like you said, her 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, and maybe she has a special version of it. Maybe she has something with higher context. Maybe it's
Well,
unlimited
she's doing
context for
like
all I know.
post
Mm.
training. So it's like, oh, she's making sure that this thing ain't like got some weird ideas. You know what I mean? After it's been trained or whatever, right? Just
Mm.
to I say a PhD in ethics. So a lot of her whole she's a pretty smart fucking girl. Whole
PhD
thing
in ethics
is
doesn't mean
like
anything
the
about being smart, but that it has,
well,
well,
okay, but like her application to her position is like, at least that's what it appeared to me. Is like, yeah, I make sure that the thing is, you know, ethically, which gets into with religion, politics, even different. Yeah, it tries not to like have, like you said, reasoning where it builds like a certain opinion, right? Like, which is, oh, that's tricky business, isn't it? Like, even one of the questions got into, well, what about the flat Earth people? Like, won't it just no? Like it'll have like it's supposed to like just say what it can
Square.
say about it, take a position. I'm like, well, what's the point? But I get that in the world we live in, if something had a position, well, wait, if it had all this intelligence and it came to a position, well, let's go with that, right? It might be smarter than we are, right? But like, I
bonjour,
get the
Christophe.
sense like, oh, that's
Christophe
a
is in the
big
chat.
ethically thing of unleashing this is like what is trained. Like, so like some human ultimately builds the fucking framework of it and has like certain things that are like left off the table. You know what I mean? So how does it even have a full perspective when, oh wait, we just this is gray area, because we don't want to like be involved in those activities or those things. Like that gets tricky when you want something to be fully organic and tell it like it is. If it only, if somebody's like trained it, that just means someone programmed it, right?
Oh,
Like it takes like 4 to 6 months to get trained at this thing. I'm like, what happened? Oh, the thing's just running computer shit 24 hours a day. That's training, right? But the
Cheers,
thing is,
Jeff.
that's the trippy part. What happens during those 6 months of training?
Eating junk food.
Hey, cheers. Just finished eating.
They make the AI walk through mazes, and at the end of it, they get a jelly bean. And if they walk through the maze wrong, they get electrocuted.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a whole ordeal. But like somewhere, somebody created that, right? Like a human said, okay, this is a software for training. This is what we wanted to do. Go through this, go through this, go through this, and then go through this. Like, holy shit. Humans
I
are
want some
like,
jelly beans now. God damn it.
considering I started off where there was like not even a push button phone. It was a fucking dial thing to the pager, to the cell phone, to where we are now. And then they're talking like, oh, just in a couple years we're gonna be here. I'm like, holy shit, dude, this thing is moving. Whatever it is, the computer age.
Moving and grooving.
We're past computers at this point.
Are we? Are we
Well, I mean, I
telepathic
guess
now?
they're part of it, but like, it's just between your phone and laptop and this device and the way it's all interconnected. And one thing
I
they're
would say
able
my
to
phone
do
is a computer.
is like actually get things done quick. Like you look at their evolution over the years, it's like, holy shit. I always look at that and say, if we can do that for this, obviously it makes money. And how can't we deal with some of these other things that seem to be unresolved? Oh, if you put the money where your mouth is or whatever, because obviously the key to all this innovation is like investment, right? And money in the end. Yeah, somehow we go fast, like with that.
Hold
but
fast.
we but we don't go very fast with like other things that might have like
The future.
major results for life.
Is it cold over there, bud? You got
Last night and tonight, it's less because there's like I don't know, the coastal air. It's like humid. But the few nights before and out in Fallbrook, it's been like in the low, 38 in the morning, which is pretty cold.
yeah. Well, it's
But it
52.
gets like 75 during the day. You'd think, wow, how's it?
Oh, yeah.
But as soon as it gets dark out, it gets cold. But it's November.
Yeah.
And
That's true.
in the scheme of like people on this show, like, yeah, my temperature range might be from mid 40s to 75 lately. That's like prime weather. Like some people are in the real fucking like cold shit. Probably D is like,
It's like it's 52 here right now, but it feels like freezing to me. But I'm used to hot.
well,
You know?
yeah.
I'm used to 90.
Sometimes when I go outside and smoke, I'm like cold as fuck, but it's really not that cold out to most people that live in like a colder environment. But for me,
50,
SoCal,
52
yeah,
for Fumi's probably he likes it.
yeah, in shorts.
Yeah,
It's
what was it
33
today?
right now.
High temperature, I think, was 50 degrees. No, wait, what was the fucking high temperature today?
The temperature
Oh,
here
no, it was a whole 53 degrees. It was a balmy 53.
is 33 here, and I'm frozen. I got my temperature heat set at 71.
It's pretty cold here in Colorado too. And a lot of snow
And
still.
how many, I was going to say, how many
Melting
fucking yards of snow?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, shitload.
Yeah, you guys can have it. Canada.
Yeah, I got stranded. Yeah, I was putting in chat that I was stranded on I-70 for 2 days. And I stay in the car 2 extra days.
Okay.
You get a lot of snow, D?
In the winter, yeah.
Wait, Jeff, you were stranded for 2 days?
Yeah.
The fuck, what?
Yeah, me and my
Like
brother.
in your car or
Yeah,
like
in the car. We were traveling. So, yeah, we had stuff that we needed, but we didn't expect that. We were stopped on I-70. It was the worst driving I've ever done.
Holy shit.
what? Because the weather was so bad that they stopped traffic.
Yeah, so they could plow it.
Wow.
It-
And then
because
where you
it
were was cold. How'd you stay warm?
had to keep turning the car on when we had sleeping bags
Wow.
and had to leave the car
And
running
then
a lot.
what? You weren't alone, right? So there's like
No.
cars all around.
Yeah, yeah, it was okay. I was with my brother.
Big party.
Yeah, we had pot. Yeah, so that always helps
bed.
too. And water and enough food and gas and stop at town, but like motels were all booked, sold out. They were real expensive too.
I was going to
Like
say, if you
surge
ever find
pricing.
yourself stranded in a car with lots and lots of weed, but no food, I'm like, oh, you might be in hell, right? Like if you can never get out of it and all you have is weed, but you only always have the munchies, that could be a version of hell.
Well,
Sure.
one thing I've found in life is other than money, the next best currency is weed.
I was wondering at one point, like, oh, this gets bad. I was imagining somebody coming to the window and knocking, asking for food, and what I would say. Like, we didn't have a lot, but we didn't know. Yeah, never know.
That must have like it kind of just caught you out of the
I
blue.
want to see the reaction from the
along.
person at the window when you say like, "Oh, we don't have any food, but we have lots of weed." I want to see like, "Oh, oh," like, I want to see those expressions.
Grandma. Yeah, man.
Where they see the smoke and they come knocking for weed. We don't have any. We're stuck here. Thought it'd be a quick trip.
Well, if you ever got stranded on a fucking desert island and you had weed, you'd hope that you could find a seed or two, which like 99% of the time, that's not in my weed. So I'd be like, that'd be it. I'd just have that weed.
Imagine that last joint. Oh my goodness. You're like, from here on out, it's just coconuts, crab
But if you
meat.
had a couple seeds, you'd be set.
Yeah.
It
What
was
was that,
really
Mr.
bad
Toad?
though.
One time, I think I asked Mr. Toad when he was on the show, and I was like, "What would your desert island weed be, or whatever?" And he was like, "Oh shit, I'd take a, the fuck did he say? I'd take a male and oh my god, he
Yeah,
totally
yeah, it
had
was
it
a
like it
male.
was a
Yeah,
brilliant backwards. Was it a male? And he was like, he'd put coconut water on it, and it would feminize, and then he would breed the two of them together. I was like, what? Guy's
Yeah,
thinking 10
well,
steps ahead.
yeah. It's a male has more really. Yeah, the extra X chromosome or what? Y for
well,
male.
humans figured some of this shit out like in their own weird rudimental ways a long time ago.
That was good. Never heard that before. Haven't seen him a lot.
Who's that?
Dude. Toad.
Oh, I think he's on his own channel.
Okay.
I think
Well,
They
he's
never
I
subscribe.
think I see
Yeah, I
well,
his
his
remember.
mom passed
Something
away,
like that.
so
mm,
that might have something to do with.
but I think I see him streaming pretty often.
Hmm.
I think he
Got
takes
it.
down his shows though, so if
Well,
you don't catch him live, I think you probably don't see him. But I
I
see him
wonder
on
if
there
we're
singing Red
talking
Light every
about
once
it
in a
and
while.
I'm watching the show and now they'll feed it to me maybe.
Hmm.
That'll be cool.
You might have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Please feed
Especially
it
with
to me,
cannabis
Google.
channels. Yeah.
Um, that future will be coming. You basically always, it's always there. The machine is always listening.
Hmm.
You just always talk to it.
No, seriously, it's gonna be creepy. Like your AI is gonna know everything about you, right? And like it'll know, oh, I know that Jeff would love this show or something, right? And that would be a wonderful thing if you could save yourself time and actually find music you'll like and fucking
Okay,
recipes
but
you'll like and whatever else. But also,
Yeah,
how dangerous it would be for someone to hack into your AI and know everything about you, right?
yeah,
Literally be able to
considering
it
clone
will
the
you
come.
essentially.
That scary part will come. But the next few
Yeah,
years it'll be good. But yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
because ultimately it's running on the same computer system that's built, and hackers pretty much have free roam of that, right?
Oh, I mean, it depends how they build it. For example, Apple has had a really nice perspective or a different perspective of how they're doing it. They're literally going to basically do the computing on board on your phone. So basically, and it's going to be encrypted on your phone and everything else. So essentially, theoretically, unless someone were to crack your phone, which is possible, but it's unlikely, thanks to two-step authentication, so on and so forth, if you actually practice a little bit of safety with your phone. Theoretically, the phone is relatively safe and they wouldn't be able to crack into your AI. But then again, I guess I don't know. I
yeah.
guess I didn't finish
And
that
that
thought, but
and that's Mr. Toad I'm talking about. Google.
that's right.
This or any listeners that aren't sure. Mr. Toad.
Yeah, I don't know how soon it's going to come. We'll see.
Mm.
Turns out
And
the iPhone 16, I guess it is not selling like hotcakes because of AI. I don't remember if it is actually selling well, but Apple just basically announced that they don't think that customers really see it as a big selling point. So that was kind of an interesting admission.
Well, I mean, seems to be a disconnect from what like these people that are in the computer development thing and the AI that they're describing and working with than the what is being offered like on your phone, right? That's
Well, they're different products. I mean, Claude is different. I mean, you certainly can get Claude on your phone, but it's not like integrated in your phone software.
iPhone 17.
Now, they didn't talk about this, but I assume because he has, yeah, I forget the names. He has three levels, and one's less money, and this and that. So you, Claude, how much does that cost to own that?
You don't own it, but you pay yeah, they don't sell it to you, but you can pay a license fee or whatever basically to use
To
it. I think it's
use
like
it.
there's different tiers. I think it starts at like $6, $7, $8 for this lowest tier, and it goes up from there. Like if you do a business tier, I think it can be like $1,000 a month, honestly. Same thing with ChatGPT. Like the normal tiers for people
So
like us
then
is like $10 a month, but you
this
can pay as much as you want.
so this is like a computer, like a home place that Claude lives. Then he has the ability to have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of different clients, right? And do all these things for all those people,
I guess you could
searches
say
and
that. I mean, I suppose
queries
that
and
Claude basically lives in the cloud, basically, which I realize confusing. Claude lives in the cloud. If you've heard of cloud computing, it's essentially probably a aggregated brains of all these different servers around the country. It's not that they're physically in a cloud somewhere. They they are physically on computers somewhere, but they're all basically talking together.
Somebody
Uh,
else.
uh, Go ahead for it.
You can sum it
Sorry,
up by
Claude.
saying your files are on somebody else's computer.
There you go.
yeah.
He's all
Yeah,
about
I
the
guess
brains.
there's a lot of ethics, and
In the
there
cloud,
should
they'll
be some
distribute
thought
it.
into how all
They'll
this
have
is
like,
created. As
yeah, but
we
they'll have like,
already, don't they still deny, like even what just happened where you were saying things to Google because you know they'll feed it to you? Um,
It was
they
haiku
they
sonnet.
act like they don't do that, but it's like I remember a few years ago when people first started saying, yeah, and people like there was like this thing where no, that they don't really do that, but obviously they do that, right?
Haiku,
Like,
sonnet, and opus were the three.
yeah, yeah, but like, okay, I don't know if that's like maybe that's not something that they should be able to do, or you should, right? But
Much
I'm
power
sure
comes great
AI is just going to
responsibility.
keep going forward where we're not questioning like the
Oh yeah, what
privacy
you got to understand,
ethics.
especially in the era of Trump, like the fucking tech bros, they're just gonna go full speed ahead. Like that ship has fucking sailed. They don't give a shit. Like what we've heard about with OpenAI is that basically all of the ethics people, you keep talking about ethics this, ethics that. Apparently, they fired all their ethics people. They don't give a fuck anymore. They're all gone. So they're just going full speed
Well,
ahead.
and
They
you
don't give a
hire
single
somebody
shit.
that's like on board, like even that thing I saw yesterday. Oh, that chick's on board. She's
Hmm.
selling this whole fucking image of like her, the whole thing. Like that's her job. Like,
She has a PhD in fuckfaceology, probably.
yeah, no, I mean, she was slick as fuck. Like, you know,
PC and PS.
no question. That's what you get when you try to hire the best people in the fucking world to do whatever you want them to do.
Cheers,
Well,
Captain.
not only that, but not just the best people, but the people that are willing to do whatever fucking sick shit that you want. So,
Yeah,
like they
you
had a
know,
massive calling at OpenAI, right? And that was apparently because they had a lot of the best people in the world, Ilya Sutskever and all those guys who are widely considered to be the best, but they were stubbornly committed to AI ethics, right? They were like, well, this little thing about the fucking civilization of mankind and not overturning it with
yeah,
a
and
rogue
like
AI.
after the history of that, then it's real clear if you're going to want a fucking paycheck, then you got to like get with the
100%.
program. And okay, so then that's all the people that are, like you say, all the fuck faces lined up
Are
and
you
said, all
fine
right,
taking orders from a Terminator?
yeah.
Yes.
no.
I
No.
wonder what kind of ethics it is, though. I mean, it's got to
Well,
be
it's
related
in
to
a,
money. It can't be just related to like,
Do you remember
oh,
Billy Madison
you,
at the final
blue or
test?
red or.
Business ethics.
well, when you talk
But
about
maybe it's
something
like
that's going
ethics
to
of like
have
gathering
like,
information, personal information, things like
okay,
that.
How to screw
anonymity
you.
or like they got a whole
Yeah.
like
bunch of different ethics
I don't even like the
areas.
robot dogs. You seen the robot dogs at
Oh
Trump's
yeah, they're
house?
creepy as fuck. Yeah.
Apparently, Trump's got robot dogs now. I hear.
Oh nice.
I wonder
I'm
if
like,
Euler's can be personalized.
that's crazy shit to me. I'm like, wow, we got
Mhm.
robot dogs for. I don't know. It's weird. Weird.
No, that's it. Everybody's scared of the Boston Dynamics
Well,
walking, human
okay.
robots or whatever. But the reality is it's just going to be robot dogs with guns on them. They're just
Like
that's
when
the
this
Well,
reality.
yeah,
lady
it's
was
a robot dog with like
explaining
a 50 caliber
some
machine
of
gun.
what her trip was, there was a point where she said, yeah, the biggest thing we don't want it to do is just tell the client what it wants to hear. Okay. Which, that's now we're getting into like some real ethical things of what something is going to do or not do. Right. Which, it starts to like understand the easiest path would just be to tell you, like, right? Tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, you
Well,
like it. Sucks.
like, I think we got enough of that going on in our system already. You start doing that more to people, holy fuck.
Can you adjust your mic, buddy? It like kind of sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's got a lot
Let
of
me try
feedback.
this other thing.
What's going on? Who came first? I don't remember. Captain?
It doesn't. Just another busy day, long day.
Oh, right on.
Went to try to do some work on the van today, and some bolts are regular and some are metric.
Are you in America?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
gonna be like 20, it's probably 25 right now.
What kind of vehicle is this?
Conversion van.
So some of it's metric and some of it's standard.
Yeah.
They
That's
convert
kind
the
of
bolt.
Well, we didn't believe them when we heard that the Chevy conversion van was actually made or finished in Canada.
I was just gonna say, like, was half the factory in fucking Michigan and half the factory across the river in Windsor or some shit? I mean, like, literally, that would be so idiotic. Oh, the left-hand side of the car is made in Canada.
it's all fucking metric. The rest of it's all standard.
The left hand now knows what the right hand is doing.
So,
What side's holding up though?
seriously.
Well, not a lot's being held up. It's rusting out because of those side rails on the van.
I bet it was the
They
Canadian
told us in the
side.
80s. You remember I don't remember. They told us in the 80s in school that everything would be metric by the time it would be in high school.
We almost went metric, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
remember that.
military is metric, like, but a lot of parts of the U.S. are metric, actually. But yeah, we never went metric.
Seems like a better
I
standard.
think they even call we still here in the US, go figure, call our system imperial, which is kind of funny because we don't follow any imperial systems. But from what I understand, the rest of the world calls it the US standard measurement system. Like, because for them, they'd be like, what, imperial, what, UK? Because the UK doesn't even use it anymore. They fucking use metric for the most part. Ironic, idiotic.
It is sort of weird that like we're like all about the whole world, but like we resist on a basic thing, right?
Imperial.
It's such a pain in the ass, too. It's so much easier to measure things by tenths than it is by 16ths and 30 seconds and 64ths. It's fucking
And I'm
idiotic.
sure in our history, like, there's like actual politics. There was lobbying. There was people that were for this or that, and there's a reason that it didn't get adopted.
Fahrenheit's another fucking weird one, right? Like, why is it even exist?
Ever since George Fahrenheit insisted that, no, I don't even know who the fuck it is.
Like, as the world is like globalized, it seems like even more of a thing that then like everyone would understand the same thing.
That's true. We have to be stuck not only with fucking measures, but also with temperatures.
Now, what does China use?
30 degrees what? Fahrenheit?
China uses metric.
China,
right?
metric. Yeah.
Yeah, metric.
Most of the rest of the world uses metric, yeah.
Whole world.
All the world does.
Yeah.
Flat
It,
screw.
and as much
The
as
Flex had,
okay, 3/8,
Yeah, we might as well
5/8,
use penny farthings and shit. How many fucking whale spleens do
bolt
you
to
use?
bolt. It's sort of ridiculous at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. In 2025, whatever, we're like still going, yeah. Even with
So
weight,
so back
like
to
pounds, quarter pounds, ounces, it's much.
so back to Captain. Do you just not have the sockets and stuff, the tools to work on it, or
Yeah, because I can't sit there and take all these bolts off with a socket. I actually have to get underneath the van and take like a crowbar and put it in and then do it. So,
Oh, a
go
breaker
out
bar or
and
what?
yeah, kind of like a breaker bar to put pressure on it because, like
Hmm.
I say, it's
what?
rusting out.
What do
So
you change?
I'm taking the side running boards off of a conversion van. The passenger side was easy. It was basically move it up and down 10 times and the thing snapped off. But the driver's side, there's two metal brackets up front, and then they decide to take screws and put it down the side of the van. So instead of just being able to cut like 4 or 6 brackets off, like the other side was, this side I have to remove all these screws that are screwed into the body of the van.
Dr. Leamy alone says cut off your cotton.
Thing put together like a hippie commune or something, or where'd you get it?
It's a Chevy.
Yeah, and then Chevy, and then another company did the conversion back in the day.
Hmm.
Most likely, back in the day, the fucking conversion looked cool as fuck.
Probably
Yeah,
done in
I mean,
Whatever years later,
it looked fine 8 years ago when I left, but all of a sudden my dad started not driving as much. It got put up against underneath a tree, and there's a 8 foot tall fence next to it. So, moisture got in there and it just does what it does and it eats things away.
It's Tony Creek, yeah. Funny guy. Doesn't your socket sets come in both? Depends on the socket set you buy. Right.
For a drill. Yeah,
I
you're
don't know
like really limited
I don't know about drill.
Why is a drill? What do you mean? A drill sockets are limited? What do you mean?
for taking these screws off. Yeah. I mean, basically you get like 6 and that's it. And there's no metric.
I think you got yourself a bad socket set, friend. What's
This
what's
is
everyone's
Lowe's.
favorite brands of oh, Lowe's is
Great.
selling Craftsman these days, although Craftsman keeps coming back. They were made in the US and now apparently they're back to China. I don't know. But
You want the snap
pardon? I just saw the Snap-on truck the other day. I was like, oh, that's a fucking couple $1 million on wheels, probably. Yeah, how many millions do you have in disposable income, Captain? Because you probably want the Snap-on if you have a few extra million. Do you own a private island? Or do you have a private jet to your name, perhaps? No, honestly, I really like the set I got at Costco. It's made in Taiwan, so it's actually made really well. Unlike Chinese tools, they're only usually they only harden like some of the tools in the set because they only figure that Americans will only use like the quarter inch, the flathead screwdriver and stuff. So they harden those bits, but they don't even bother hardening the rest of the tools. Anyway, Taiwanese tools are actually legit. Um, but yeah, it's got I'd have to go look, but it's definitely got metric and standard. It's got drill bits or drill sockets in metric and standard in probably 10 sizes. I don't remember exactly. All the useful sizes pretty much. Um, bunch of different. I mean, half-inch drive, quarter-inch drive, a bunch of different sizes, honestly. So you need one of those. You need like fuck it. What did it cost me? Like $100 maybe at Costco. So I know they have sets like that. They've got to have
You know,
shit like that
Harbor
at, like at
Freight has
Lowe's.
Harbor
Harbor
Freight
Freight
has
is surprisingly decent now. They used to be total
yeah,
garbage, and I have to be honest, they're not
they have lifetime
great,
warranty on that.
but they're not. Yeah, you can bring it back anytime you want. I mean, you will be bringing it back, but they're definitely okay. I shouldn't talk shit because they're definitely not as bad as they used to be. Like I saw my stupid YouTube feed. I hate how YouTube just fills up with 50 videos of the same fucking thing. All of a sudden, everyone was talking about the new titanium hammer at Harbor Freight. Apparently, they charge 60 or 70 bucks for a titanium hammer. Usually you have to pay over $100 for a titanium hammer. Anyway, apparently it's decent. You just have to look to make sure that it's actually put together well, basically. So if it's, what do they call it? Hung well, that's kind of funny. You hang a hammer. But anyway, you have to make sure they didn't basically like split the wood essentially, basically.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's actually apparently a good deal and last you your whole life, probably, maybe a couple lifetimes. So Harbor
I
Freight definitely is not what it used to be.
no, I had a conversation with one of my brothers this past summer because he buys all his tools at Harbor Freight, and last time I would been to Harbor Freight before the before like a week ago was probably 10 years ago at least, and they used to be like one-time use tools, and he was like arguing, oh no, they're good tools, because I was like, I used to always buy Craftsman, like when Sears was actually like American, like based in Chicago, be pre Kmart.
They used to have those
Mhm.
sets, like 200-piece
Yeah,
set,
because like
300.
well,
They
Craftsman
had
used to
everything.
be like, lifetime warranty, American made, good quality, and then they like Kmart or something bought them, and then just
This
became
guy,
Yeah.
Eddie
crap.
Lampert. Yep.
They did away
Well,
with all their lifetime guarantees.
Yeah,
That was the
it
and
just
shitification I
it
was talking about. Yep.
and they went out of business pretty much. I think there's one
Just
Kmart in the
about.
country.
Same thing with Sears. Sears is basically gone too.
Oh, they closed out here like 5 years ago. It's gone.
yeah,
Yep.
and they had washer dryer brands. They had a bunch of stuff.
Mhm.
Like seriously,
Yeah,
it
like
was because
what
just
was it?
to stick around.
Maytag or
It
something?
should have.
Maytag?
Kenmore.
No,
Kenmore. Yep.
Kenmore. Yeah, Kenmore. They were good.
I
Like they
Hey, go
actually
built.
figure. I
bought
think
my
It's
Kenmore is still
called.
first
around.
stereo.
Pardon?
I actually bought my first stereo
Mm.
from Sears, and it was like a Sears brand. It had
Yeah,
no
I can't
name
think of the
on it.
Sears. Oh, it's
And
not
then
realistic. Was the
Kenwood.
Radio Shack.
Kenwood? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Radio
the Radio
Shack.
Shack. The realistic wasn't bad actually.
Yeah.
And same thing with
No,
Kenwood. They
but
actually made good gear.
Yeah, I used to like
I mean,
going
it's
to
been
Radio
some
Shack when I was
years
a
since
kid.
they like dismantled Sears and basically it went away. But yeah, that's kind of like the one I went to. Still, the sign, the neon said Sears Roebuck because like it was Sears Roebuck
Yeah,
at one
yeah,
point.
yeah,
And
from a
oh, they had a
catalog.
catalog. Like they had they were fucking positioned good. Like Sears out of like I get it that now Home Depot and Lowe's it got sectored off, but
Amazon.
yeah, it's kind of a shame that they took out Sears because that was like an
The
American brand.
catalog,
Like yeah,
Mm.
like they should just stayed in it. Been they had all good brands.
I
and
don't
the
know.
catalogs also doubled
Walmart.
as toilet paper for the outhouse.
Yep. Oh, that was the almanac, the farmer's almanac. I mean,
No, the
maybe
Sears
wrote maybe
catalog
Sears
because it
catalog
Yeah,
was
too.
here's catalog.
300 some pages thick.
Well, the farmer's almanac, and it has a hole in it so you could hang it.
Oh,
I
I,
got
I think
that.
another company runs like the distribution in LA, but in below downtown LA, where the freeway goes around, I don't know how many stories it is, but it was like, and it says the signs are still on the building. It's Sears. It was like their distribution hub way back. Like that was like where the trucks left with whatever. It's just guess kind of an historic building in this kind of rundown part of LA, but yeah, it still has the sign when you drive by. It's Sears.
Rundown
Cheers,
part
At
of
one
everybody.
point, that was like the thriving thing, like in the mall era and all that. Like Sears were cool.
rundown
My
part of
dad.
LA is still expensive to live in.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, they turned a lot of that into like artist loft. Yeah.
Gentrification.
Well, some of those neighborhoods are actually pretty cool when you do all that to them. I mean, they were original OG architecture and all that. And it wasn't like
35
they were
years
doing anything
ago,
else with the space in most of those areas.
35 years ago, I was in part of Cleveland that my parents didn't even like coming to. And I'm like, you can buy these big houses right next to this park for like 15, $16,000. And they're like, now those houses, yeah, they clean that area up. And yeah, you do have like the projects over the hill, but you know, you're talking $500,000 houses now
Hmm.
because, they were built in 1890, 1880, and they're just huge.
It's
That's like
hard to
that
find.
community in
It's
the
hard to
community on
find
East
a
Coast,
house for $500,000 around here. Like that's
Martha's
too cheap.
Vineyard. Martha's
Yeah.
Vineyard.
Right.
Who's trying to talk? Oh, it's
Market one time.
hardcore. Hardcore, your mic is not coming through or
Screwed
something.
up.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little better, but it sounds it's a super heavy echo or something.
Any better now?
A little bit, yeah.
I was just saying, I think Martha's Vineyard was like a trailer park at one point.
I've heard that too. Fuck, is that why they have that weird accent? No, I think that's just isolation. I don't remember what the. Oh, I can't think of it. There was something else. I was trying to remember. There was some really fucking weird story I remember about Martha's Vineyard, but I don't remember it. That's very helpful. What's going on, hardcore?
Not a whole lot.
Fuck, your mic's cutting in and out. It loses power or something.
I have no idea.
Are you using your phone mic or what?
Yep.
Probably just fucking doing weird shit. Anything new?
Not really.
Right on. What kind of a hammer do you use, hardcore?
Well, I wish I could say it's 11, but I just use a 20-ounce S swing.
20 ounce. Fuck, your mic is fucked up. 20 ounce
Yeah, it
what
is.
again?
S swing. It's just like
Oh,
a
okay. Right on. Yeah.
knockoff cheap brand.
No, those are nice hammers.
And then
Um,
I keep a Stanley, like a 16-ounce one in my pouch. I keep two hammers on me. I keep like a claw hammer and a flat hook hammer or a flat claw.
So who uses titanium hammers?
Well, yeah, if I had the money, I'd
they
have a
have
stiletto.
they basically are easier on your shoulder, essentially, is all it is. They don't really do anything different. They're just easier on your shoulder. So if you do a lot of hammering, for example, an older carpenter, a lot of times younger carpenters won't even bother because they're just like, well, fuck it, what do I care? But especially as they get into their 40s and 50s, it starts to matter
That is
because
the
your shoulder
board
hurts like shit.
now.
So
You can sink a 16-pound, a 16 penny nail like twice as easy with a 15-ounce stiletto hammer versus the 22-ounce S
hmm,
swing hammer.
hmm,
Just from the way that the ergonomics and shit are on it.
really, huh?
Yeah, they're crazy good. Like a stiletto is a crazy good hammer. It's like $150 for a cheap one
Uh,
though. Yeah, I keep two hammers on me during the day.
uh,
I keep one with a pronounced hook and then one with a flat. Well, depending on what I'm doing, like recently I've been doing demolition work, so I keep two of them on.
Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the safety
Later,
meeting.
D. Good to see you, buddy.
Later, D.
Later, dude.
Later.
I was
Hardcore
gonna
does
say,
a lot
when's
of
the
hammering.
last time we talked about hammers on this show? That's kind of amusing, honestly.
Your mama likes the hammer. My
That's
hammer.
a good one.
Hammer
There you
Brothers and Super Mario Brothers are pretty cool to hammer too.
go.
Or
There's
Brothers
a
too.
Boss brand hammer. It's pretty badass too.
Is there another American brand that's even more expensive than Stiletto? It's like $400-$500.
I'm not sure, but stilettos are nice. I mean, I've owned them before. They've got like a nail sink on them, so you can which is like a nail holder that like holds a nail, so you can like tack it in without having to hold it with your hand.
It's probably
Well,
like
East Wings
custom
have that
blacksmith,
too.
probably custom blacksmith made ones too that are
Yeah, right.
expensive. Yeah.
Oh, I wonder. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. And then I just use a smooth one too, because I'm a badass. I don't need a waffle head but that's because I do finish work too. I don't just do framing, I guess. I don't know.
Last time I picked up a hammer to do work was also picking up an impact hammer to lay 3/4 inch hardwood, tongue and groove.
Okay, this is a weird list. I was trying to look up best hammers of 2024 because that's just what auto completed, and Popular Mechanics gave me a list, but it also includes like rubber mallets and shit. So I feel like this is an AI written article, honestly. They just want
Yeah, I like
expensive hammers.
Boss brand hammers, and then Stiletto brand are pretty nice. Like Boss ones are
Boss,
pretty.
maybe that's what it is. Hold on, where the fuck are they here?
Yeah, they're over engineered like crazy. You can use them as a square too.
Speaking of boss, what do you guys think when you're getting your change at like a fast food or a grocery store, and the people are like, "Thanks, boss." I don't know. I find it like
Yeah,
kind
I've
of
never liked that. Yeah.
never liked it.
Yeah,
I
that happened
almost
the other
want to
day.
slap him upside the head.
I mean, the guy gave me like all the bill. The guy gave me like all the bills, and then it was just silence for a little bit, and then I was like, "Okay, thanks."
I'd rather hear that than stir.
So he kept all the change.
Yeah, yeah. He was waiting. He didn't say
I'll take
like, and
sir.
then he was like, "Okay, thank," and then he was like, "Thank you."
I'll take
But he
sirs.
he waited,
Sirs
like
respect.
he didn't force that to be the end of the situation, but he was just silent. Like he he wasn't going to offer the change, but
He
he was
was
waiting to see if I was
he's
going to say
working
anything.
for tips.
Must
I
be
forget where it
Boss that
was.
I'm thinking of.
It was a
I
weird
got
situation. I
bunch of
mean,
badass number from this last job though.
it wasn't something you usually, give a tip for. Like nowadays, that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it
That's
does because even pennies add up. I'm literally fighting my bank over a bunch of withdrawals out of my account of 2 and 3 and 8 cents and shit like that. They add up.
You call your bank over 3 cents?
Ladyboys only charge
Let's
3 cents.
here's the new thing, okay? I get a new card. They give me a new CVV number, but there's still, I put money back into the bank after we closed my last card and everything. And they send me a new card. So I put money in it and it still got hit using
What do you
the
mean
old
got hit?
card.
What do you mean got hit?
I had to close down that account out of the bank. I had
How
to
did
totally
it
close
finish that?
everything
How'd that
because
happen?
I asked the bank that and they say, we don't know. And I'm like, well, you're my account manager. You're supposed to know shit like this. Like, how is it possible I get a new card, everything has changed, and they still have access to my account? You're still
Oh, somebody's
passing.
drawing money off your new account?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
I went in and luckily I paid I put money in. I paid my Discover bill off, and the extra money I had in there, I went to go put more in, and she handed me my receipt with my total, and I said, "Wait a second. I just put $450 in. How can I only have 457 in there when there was X amount before?" And that's when I had to go sit down, talk to the account manager again. I said, "Wait a second. We killed that account card 2 months ago. I just got a new one in the mail. I
Captain,
activated it.
do you use online banking? I mean, can you go through
No,
your accounts there? You can't? Oh.
no, I don't use online banking because of living in Thailand and
Well, wait,
Asia.
they can see like who made what charge, where, when to the second, right? So don't they like see, okay, yeah, this was where you never find
Oh,
out
That's the
who.
buddy,
thing
they
is they're
don't
not
want to
mysterious
give up
transactions.
that they don't want to give up and pay you back because they fucked up. Come on.
Captain, I think you're
My
probably
credit card had a fraud protection on it. Well, I thought, my other account would too. No. So, yeah, don't ever go with Fifth Third Bank. I'm fed up with them. And I was just keeping that account there for when they put the money back into it. But now I've gone to a completely different bank and opened up an account there. I found out what happened to
I
my
think let's smoke a
Capital
joint.
One credit card.
So those beavers.
That's why we've had to kind of put off this, and my father too, but put off this trip to go see Bud.
Speaking of Bud, whatever happened with the car situation? Are you still renting cars, or did you fix your car, or what do
Yeah,
you do?
I got use of the car when I need it, but I'm all right.
He takes the
My
train
friends,
now.
my partner's been in Europe for a few months, so I have his car.
Oh, I see. So you have a car available.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks being stranded anywhere. Like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
feel like I always need to have wheels, otherwise I go insane.
Well, I'm either at home or here. I spend a lot of time here just because I'm comfortable here. But I ain't tripping on shit. I like I'm good.
You're good.
Used to being on tour.
Well, not
Well,
these months. Like
his
the
guy.
winter months are always like slow musically. Things like we're
So
in that.
now that guy is dead, does that mean the band's over?
Well, I mean, he wasn't in what's called Dead and Company. They had their own path. Uh, one of the founding members passed. Now there's only three: the two drummers and Bob. And one of the drummers, he was, I don't know, I guess fired or no, he's not part of the Dead and Company thing. So like, it's just Bob and Mickey. The rest are all second generation guys, Mayor and O'Teal and Jay Lane and Jeff. Like it just goes on. Like, yeah. I mean, I
The
first
name
met Phil
still
in
sells
'81
tickets.
and like was basically his friend. he smoked all like fuck. He only smoked my weed. Even how I got into making cartridges was for him. Like someone else gave him some cartridges way back in like 2010 when they were on tour, and he's like, "Dude, you can just smoke these things anywhere in the plane, everything." And I checked it out, and then I guess it was Google, whatever, the computer, like barely like yeah, it took a couple weeks. And I like back then we were just making them the same way they were making e-cigarettes using glycerin and wax or shatter. And yeah, like basically the first ones I made of those was to give to him. And this was like way before they were like a thing. Way. But then I had a company and booths and fucking made a lot of money selling carts and importing all the shit from China through Alibaba for like 5 years. And one day I was like, I was over it. Basically, back then it was like, yeah, with all that, like it took me away from like, yeah, at that point I had 3 different spots, but like I hardly dealt with anything plant wise or growing. Like I was like removed from it because like, oh, everything was so fucking hectic traveling and doing all this other shit that then I had people, I hired people. And then like after 5 years of it, I was like, yeah, I miss this like fucking the plants. Like and that was what was in the way. Like you couldn't have all that going and still be like one with your gardens. And so I like sold the company to this other company that merged like multiple times. And it was like a weird, like I was given so much stock. I couldn't sell for the first 2 years afterwards. I should have held it longer because it would have been even worth more, but it was worth pretty much when like cashed it out and it was worth it. It was all based on numbers.
What's it cost for you to rent one of those electric cars?
Oh, I stopped. Like I rented a few electric cars when I traveled to Vegas and stuff. And then, yeah, getting energy, the cost of it was like, yeah, I could fucking just buy gas for almost that much. Like, oh, especially if you wanted it fast. Like that's the whole racket. Like, oh, you don't want to wait 45 minutes? Well, then you can pay this amount and only be 15 minutes, right? The
Yeah.
speed charging thing. Well, and then when you look and go, wow, that's like
Premium.
50 some dollars. Well, fuck it. Tank of gas is like, well, a little more than that. But a couple times it made me like late for things because, oh, not only did it take X and Y, Z to get there, you had to account for like charging. So I was like, fuck these. They're not ready for prime time.
You can't turn
I
and
wouldn't
burn.
buy one. I wouldn't rent one again. Nope, it was fun. I drove like 4 or 5 different brands. Uh, but first I thought, oh, this is pretty cool. And then the reality of it went, nah, fuck that.
Oh, come on. With your car, with the horsepower it had,
Well,
Oh
what do you
no,
have to
they're
do?
zippy. There's no problem with that. Like they're fucking zippy little fucks, all of them. But yeah, they only get so many miles and then they take so much time to charge. And you got to like, so if you're only going like 10 miles away from your house and can just charge it at home all the time, but if you're like going somewhere, oh, you got to have to charge. And when you go like, oh, full charge, yeah, it takes time. And when you went to these ones that were the speed charging one, oh, there'd be a line because there'd only be 2 of the ones capable for that or whatever. It was all like, that's what made me go, oh, fuck this. I don't want to be part of this. Like gas station, that's cool. I like gas stations. Buy cigarettes, get coffee. I've been doing that since I was fucking 15. Charging fucking things? Oh, fuck that.
So you like the gas car better?
For sure. Like at this
I do
point.
too. I do too.
I mean, if I got like older and lived where I only went a few miles to the grocery store or whatever, okay, I guess one of those could. But if you're like trying to be out and about, oh no, fuck that.
So are you gonna fix your car or what are you gonna do?
No,
No? Why not?
I'm just over it. And the engine probably the right, yeah, I don't even want to think about it. But yeah, I've moved on from that. Like sometimes you drive things to the ground and then you move on.
Oh, so you have a
I
next
got
car?
like really good credit and can walk in and get any car I want because
What do you
I've paid
want?
off so many cars. I don't. Like it's weird. Like you get to a point where nah, I'm not it. I don't have the desire to have it, the insurance. No, I've done that. Been like I'm coasting right now where I don't have any of that. And I'm like fine with it. Maybe you can understand it, maybe you can't.
No, I've been there
I
before. And you don't
I
have to worry
looked up.
about shit. You can still get around. Like you said, you still have access to wheels.
Yeah, I'm doing what I want to do every day. That's it.
Yeah.
And oh, I know, right situation. I got my eye on a couple things and now I'll decide. And then like reality is it's like a reprieve from like I'm 60 coming up on 62. Um for like fuck, I don't know. From my time I was 15 years old to then at different points, it was always this massive nut, right? The more you had, the more you wanted, the more, okay, I played all that. Fuck. Even when my house got foreclosed on, whatever, the landlord got upside down. And it's only not even been a year, right? Oh, my wife being murdered. There's a lot to where I'm like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be, right? But by a whole bunch of things simultaneously happening, I basically just have money to spend because I don't have any like
Material
obligations,
items.
right? Like at the moment. That is so fucking liberating to not be on the fucking treadmill of
What?
bills and rent and utility and food and this and insurance and that. It's like, oh, and once you open the door to any of them, oh, they all like I already know. Eventually, oh, it's time to get back on the track. Okay. But for these months that I'm like free of it, I'm like I happier than I've been in so many years. Because yeah, like even because my partner deals with all the financial things. So then I know about them, but like they're not my responsibility. Right? I who owes or what and this and that. I did that. I know that life. Like, oh, I eventually know, okay, time to go back and we want more, you gotta have more and all that
Uh,
stuff, right?
how were
But
you getting around back in the day when you were going from party to party following the Grateful Dead?
we buy used
Someone
cars,
else's bus.
like a lot of times when we went on tour, especially anytime in the Midwest, usually in Indianapolis. Sometimes the tour would start a couple shows before, but in Indianapolis, my boss, we go and buy like Cutlass Supremes. That were like, this is in like 82, 83, 84. They were like late 70s, 78, 79, or cars like that. Because we had cash for like next to nothing. Forget the prices, but like Easy deal. And then we'd drive them on the whole tour, and then we'd
Then
drive them
leave them.
back to San Francisco, right? After pretty much thrashing it even more and fucking going on a tour in it, and then sell it for like 3, 4, 5 times what we paid for it in Indianapolis out in San Francisco, because just the values were different. It didn't matter. It had fall tires and needed brakes and all this. Oh, it's
That's
a
great.
whatever.
That's interesting that the car had different value like that. Just kind of like how weed has a different value from coast
Well,
to coast.
I mean, I've lived in California my whole life, and I've traveled a bunch in the United States. Yeah, each place has its own little economy. It's tightened up, sort of, but no, like money has different value in each place. California, oh yeah, it's whatever. New York City, it can be both ways in New York City. Um, but San Francisco, oh yeah, like yeah, money flows. If you want to be in the pocket.
You used to be able to rent rental cars by the month really cheap.
Look, I'm dead
And
tour. Like
we
one time when we got busted in Des Moines, it was because somebody that was like parked in the lot, Eric from Syracuse, he was one of our customers, was in a stolen rental car that was like a year overdue. And somehow in the fucking Ramada Inn, whatever, that led to I guess a cop drove through the lot and triggered on the plate, whatever, to like them like not kicking down our door. They knocked and fucking said, "Police, open up." And yeah, it was because it's I like back in Dead Tour days, that was like so many things were different with rent a car things. Deadheads would sometimes it wasn't on purpose. They might have only planned to go to like the local show or whatever. But then they would just keep that car for like tour after tour after tour after tour. They, sometimes they get confiscated back. Like it was like a thing. Like even way back then, all the deadheads knew these phone numbers that like made your calls free. Because back then, like we were just kids traveling around. You still had called home and like had to make phone calls. Long distance calls were expensive as fuck. And yeah, like this phone, it was some weird fucking like, and like hundreds of kids would all know that number. Oh, if it got canceled, we somehow we'd get this new number. So we all had phones. Like, oh, that was a big thing back then, having be able to
a
make
payphone.
phone calls and pay phones. Okay. Yeah, we had weird little things that made life out there like easy at the time. Sometimes I think back and go like, yeah, how did we do like business and we when we had no way to communicate, right? A lot of times, oh, you might know dudes like some phone number at wherever he, but like deadheads were on the move. So like that wasn't even important, but somehow you were able to do all this stuff with different people without a phone, without cell phone, without email. I sometimes think back and go, because I remember doing it. It wasn't that hard. It was just was what day to day life was, right? But I have a hard time thinking back, going, how did we do it without all these like tools? Like, oh, they came about pagers, but that was limited, and but then now today it's like this whole other level of connection. Not in that many
Yeah.
years. Not in that many years, really. I mean, cars are an important part of life. And you look at their history of like, oh, they first were on these wooden wheels, Model A or whatever. It took all these years. And then the 40s and 50s, they kind of became that. Like,
It's still on wheels.
yeah, it took them like 100 years. to even get to like where they are now. Somehow computer shit in like 20 years has just went phew,
Well,
like
it did,
fast.
but it did, but in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, it was kind of not that great.
Well, I mean, I remember the first TVs
Well,
were black and
computers were the
white,
size of the house.
Yeah,
didn't
like the
have any
ENIAC.
remote. Basically, kids were the remote. Like your parents would
Yeah,
tell you to change the fucking thing. And there was all like, and they were tube and they were
3,
whatever
5,
they
and 8.
were. And then, yeah, we're into like, yeah, all those TVs are completely obsolete in the fucking landfills, right? Or in storage units. And now flat screens are like everywhere, just like everywhere, right?
I see flat screens on the side of the road.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. It's like I stopped and like I've seen them like it says works, but they're always like smaller ones and older ones, and they're like hella thick. And I'm like, ah, I don't even want to plug that in. Costs too
Now you
much
have
for.
to have money to own a black and white TV.
Oh yeah, because the hipsters want them.
Well, I
That's
mean, I
right.
imagine just like records made us come back, I would have never bet that as
I
like
love
we
records.
went
I
through
love vinyl.
CDs and all the different forms of music to
No,
where
but
now
but vinyl
it's
vinyl has this like warm sound. You know, it's
yeah.
got a different harmonic. It's different. It just sounds better.
But now you go to like stereo place and oh, there's multiple models and quality turntables,
Oh no,
right?
even cassettes. Even
Just
cassettes. I
a
used
few
to like
years
playing
ago,
those.
yeah, there that was dead, right? And oh, cassettes and that and all these other forms, they don't even make them anymore. Okay. I think they stopped making actual CD players.
You know, I
They
haven't seen a
stopped
CD
putting them
player.
in computers.
I haven't seen a CD player in a car in probably 10 years, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, CDs swept and and took out records and cassettes and everything else.
Yeah.
And then you thought, oh,
Bluetooth.
okay, this is I get it. They're smaller and
But
whatever.
then the iPod came out and changed
Yeah, and
everything.
then it's like that. But ultimately, the artists don't have any real way to make money because now they count on fucking Spotify and all these other services. That,
Well, you can buy the album still like on Amazon and
yeah, some have come
you know,
back and like a lot of it's limited edition stuff, but like that's
You got to
yeah.
tour.
Somehow the tech basically made the game uneven, right? Like obviously artists need to be compensated for their their work, right?
yeah, I was looking at this
But now everything, you jump in a car, you hit Bluetooth that hooks up to the car stereo, and you go.
Yeah.
Music's all downloaded on your phone. It's mine, at least, because of all the traveling I do.
I've got like a million YouTube playlists. Well, not a million, but several.
I have 146 shows on mine.
I mean, I collected music, mainly live recordings, made them myself, and had DATs and had. I still have them. They're in these totes in my stores. But yeah, I pay like 11.99 or something like that a month to be a member of nugs.net, which is like a jam band dead related. It's been around forever. Or part of that monthly thing is, oh, I can't tell you every Goose show, every Billy String show streams live video. Subscribers don't have to pay. So fuck every other night, all the time. There's good shows. Plus, in their like music catalog, they have like every fucking album from everybody that's rock and roll. They even like, oh, I'm not into it, but Metallica's tour, uh, all these other bands like live streams, and the shows can be watched anytime. It's like the best $11 I spend because then I have like all this music at my hands. It works seamless, and I don't have to fucking have anything. Right? It's just there. So yeah, I guess it's worth $11 a month. Because I still probably could find CDs. I remember when DAT came around, we took all of our analog tapes and like put them on digital DATs. And that was like a huge revolution in the thing. And then everything went digital. There's still old school tapers that have their little section in tape just because I don't know, but there's no real reason for it. Because like the band already like, yeah, Nugs or whatever has it professional soundboard quality, audio and video of almost all shows. Bruce Springsteen. I'm just a deadhead, so I only listen to what and Billy Strings, but I get notifications like, fuck, everyone, good shows.
I
I'm with
didn't realize
Ups
I
too.
was on Friends with someone on Facebook for a long time before I figured out, oh, he's the one that's remastering all the Grateful Dead shows. He lives out in San Diego now. Charlie Miller.
Yeah, I know Charlie. He's like probably the best known, most consummate, has stayed with it, has been entrusted with like the soundboard. Like, yeah, Deadhead taper guy in the history of Grateful Dead land, Charlie Miller.
Yeah. There for a while, I didn't know he did all the remastering and shit like that. And all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
I
it's like, oh,
forget.
yeah.
There's a few
It's like,
different stories, but in the post era, people that like had like all the soundboards from every show on every tour basically somehow funneled them to him to be the person to upload them all. And over the years, yeah, he just went year by year and just kept putting up the band's recordings of a lot of like everything recent all the way back. The best recordings.
now you got Chris Hazard here out of Toledo doing all
I
the
didn't know.
change over to 4K.
Well, he takes like video that's pretty bad, VHS and earlier, and then I don't know what he does. He has a whole system, but like cleans it up the best you can. Some of them like
Yeah,
are
you
they
can't
act a
help
little
it.
weird, like because there wasn't really enough information to put it to that information, but it kind of does it on its own, which is a little weird, but all right. But yeah, some of the shit's like, holy shit, that looks really good.
And I
Because
drive
back,
past him all the time to go to Michigan. I've tried like hooking up with him, and he's just not available.
well, even though there's a surprising amount of video through the era of like the early stages of video, taping in a dead show was like, okay. Videotaping in
Video?
a dead show was like a
No.
big no-no. Okay. So that's why there's not that much of it because it was really frowned upon. Now, there was always a few shows along the way where people had the best of the era, which sometimes I look back and go, that's not that long ago.
There's probably
Like,
some great.
there was a time when audio technology was
Yeah, there
so
was.
far ahead of video technology because
There
like we
was
have
there's
these
some great
pristine soundboards, right? Audio, but the video from that era is like, yeah, like when video first started, holy shit, to
you
where it
might
is
have some
now.
great you might have some great psychedelic sex films.
Well, films, like, yeah, film costs money, but things shot in film, yeah, they have a different, uh, yeah, you can work with film, but like early stage VHS and beta and video tech of the 80s, yeah, that shit was pretty bad.
Yeah, that stuff was really grainy because you didn't have the right lighting. You didn't have the right lighting, you know.
The whole thing, like compared to like
You couldn't have a
how the
boom
tech
mic. You weren't even
is
supposed to
now.
have the thing.
Even the cameras where they sold so many video cameras because families want, and yeah, they were all pretty shitty. Like there was a
Yeah,
time when, oh, you got to get the latest one. The next, oh, the latest, because they got a little better, but even at the end, with that high eight, they had all these weird tapes and shit that were all shitty.
yeah, that's definitely good. I used to have a DAT deck.
Yeah, I still have a couple, but like that's the heads need to be like there's maintenance you have to do to keep them up, especially like the high quality ones. And mine are like, oh, yeah, I need them to be serviced to say the least. And there's really like
But
they're
those
obsolete. They're obsolete. Like even by the time I was like, oh, there was a point. I have this one Sony ES whatever one. Yeah, that's a studio one. That I think that retailed at like $5,000 and shit at the beginning. Yeah, it has no value because like all that's a pretty much, oh, some studios still have a dad in them as part of their capabilities, but
A Sony what?
yeah,
What was the model?
I think it's ES something. I don't know the numbers.
some didn't let you record because of the label, the
And
record
then,
label.
we had all the portable DATs, like the D10. Like, when I first started taping, Sony made a TC D5. It was a stereo cassette recorder that ran on 2D batteries for like 5 hours. True time. Because, like, one thing when you run a record deck on batteries, yeah, if the speed of the tape slows down, then you're not getting a true recording. So, like, D5s were pretty precise. They were like, you can get them at Fast Eddie's in New York for like around 500, but they kind of retailed at $800. And yep, you can plug two mics into them and get pretty good recordings.
ETCs go for like $600. PCM go for
Oh
five.
no, I think it's a PCM. It's a really nice one, trust me. And then I have a Nakamichi one that's more like the workhorse, the play one. The Sony would be the one you would record on.
A TCD D7 goes for 520.
Do you
Yeah,
remember
those
the
are portable ones.
do you remember the Nakamichi Dragon, the tape deck?
Yeah,
Everybody,
yeah.
yeah, that was
I had a Nakamichi 550, which was a little bigger type of tape deck that had three mic inputs. So you could have three mic blend on a Nakamichi 550. And that was another popular deck. The D5 was pretty slim. So, like, even though the band had no problem with you taping, half the venues had a problem with it and wouldn't allow you to bring that stuff in. We were pretty ingenious. Like, I can't tell you how many times we took a belt and on the inside of a girl's thigh that was wearing like a dress, strapped the deck, and then she could just walk in because they weren't going to fuck with her there. Right. Like, we would
putting
like
your
break
mic on
everything
your
down
hat.
with the mics, and somehow we'd get in mic stands. Like we were just like back then, tickets were like $6.50 or $10. So like if you got caught, you just go back out, get another ticket, and go again. Try to do it better. You had to get the stuff in, even though like you tell that I'd party with Phil after the shows and tell him, yeah, I fucking gave us a heart because we'd have the tapes and he'd be into listening to it, doing blow after the show. And we tell him, yeah, they fucking. He says, what? We gave him the memo. The taping's all right. There's a taping section, but like venues had their own rules.
Dragons go for 3 or 4 grand.
Yeah, some of them are like they're like collectors items, and these were like quality made machines.
Yeah, Nakamichi's top of the line
Yeah,
back then.
and the Sony TC D5 or right D5s. Yeah, it was like a like when you went through the catalog, you'd be buying it from the professional Sony sales thing. Like it wasn't for consumer.
Nakamichi.
I remember reading through a Crutchfield magazine every month, like it was fun.
Well, some of the best tapes we made, like okay, because then the next choice as a taper is what microphones you're using, right? And Nakamichi made a 100, 300, and a 500 series shotgun microphone, which sometimes, if you were like out in the crowd or different places, the shotgun microphone gave you the best results. But if you wanted to like venture to get closer, being like the sweet spot, then you could use like Sennheiser 421, Sennheiser 550, Bayer M160, uh, a couple other Bayer mics, AKGs, Neumanns. Oh, there was a Ray. And sometimes somebody's mics would work better than other mics. Shep's, we had Shep microphones. Those are like, fuck, like 9, 10 grand for a pair of them. I still have it. It's like a sailor's cap where we basically opened up the capsule of the microphone, very expensive microphone, basically taking all value away from it, and then took the capsule, the actual part of the microphone that does the recording that's
Puts it in your
inside,
hat.
and sewn it in each side of this hat and had basically the cords go down your back, and usually whoever wore it had long enough hair that you couldn't really see because during the last years of the Grateful Dead, okay, there was a taper section that was behind the soundboard because other fans had complained over the years, all the microphones and tapers all over, fuck that. So they allocated them to this one area. That was the only place you were allowed to tape. Well, that tape wasn't very good. It was way in the back. If it was boomy, that's how it would sound. We went up front, and to be up front, you had to be stealth, right? And yeah, there was times when like, hey, they knew that's what we were doing. And they couldn't really catch us, but oh, they caught us a couple times. Yeah. And then they would confiscate everything and make a big ordeal out of it and tell you blah blah blah.
But Jerry said, once we play the music, it's ours. Fuck you.
A lot of that had to do with, oh, if you kicked down the right people, you weren't getting fucked with. And that could change because like different people on the crew would be like jonesing and think, well, where are we going to get some shit? Oh, well, let's go fuck with these guys. I bet you they got it. That's what was really going on.
You doing anything right after Thanksgiving? First part of December, bud?
Not that I'm like aware of.
All right,
Probably
cool.
like, oh,
Because
I could think and go, well, I'm harvesting or I'm this or one of the my partner's supposed to come back around Thanksgiving. He texted me and told me he's got a flight, I think, whatever. Isn't that Thanksgiving the end of the month, right?
yeah,
So,
the end of the month.
well, when he left, he told me he's coming back the 10th to the 17th, which, oh, that's this week. Well, he's coming back in another week or so, which is all right. Good.
Yeah, because it's about to get really cold in Germany.
Yeah. And yeah,
I mean, it's like below freezing here right now, and my mom, I still can't get her to turn on the heater for the garage. And she only keeps the garage at 60.
How's it below freezing if she keeps it at 60?
If she hasn't turned it on yet.
I thought you said she kept it at 60.
Yeah, she does when she turns it on, but she doesn't turn it on yet. And my
Probably
apartment
expensive.
is like on the third floor.
So you don't have heat?
Yeah, it is expensive because the one side I can pull a tour bus in and hook up to the big 50 amp 220.
Still expensive.
Well, when you have items of value, you have to pay for storage, right? Well, it's the same thing. They've downsized to the point where stuff out in the garage is worth something. And if you don't have heat to it and you can't cool it down, you lose a lot of stuff just to the weather conditions, at least here. And I was going to get a hold of you, Flora, too, because there's some places in LA and stuff I want to hit and see what's available out there as far as clones. And because I knew you were just out there.
I'm
You had
still out here.
stopped at a few places.
I
Yeah,
live
but you're a little
here.
bit farther north.
I'm no, I'm not north. I'm east of Los Angeles by like 80 miles.
Oh, okay, that ain't nothing. And people ask me, it's like, well, I'm going here, I'm going here. And they're like, man, that's like 4, 5, 6 hours away. And then you're only going to spend 5, 6 hours there and come back.
No, it's like
And it's
2 hours. Like 2 hours,
yeah,
2.5 hours to LA because traffic sucks no matter. I mean, there's rare occasions where traffic doesn't suck, but for the most part, like traffic sucks. Like you're dealing with the 10, you can cut over and go through Riverside, but Riverside sucks ass. Um, but so yeah, just traffic kind of can suck. So like you can't just like judge like, oh, a mile. It should be like a few minutes. No, depends what time of day. Like California's got too many people.
well, a lot of times when I go up to Michigan, I leave my house here at like 4:30
Like
after smoking the
Oregon,
420 joint.
Oregon has the right amount of people. They have like fucking nothing. It's awesome.
Go
Just
figure. I think Portland has the worst traffic. No, maybe not the worst because Seattle can be pretty bad, but Seattle is
yeah,
weird too because at like 6 o'clock, it's empty. Honestly, like
yeah.
it's the weirdest fucking thing. I don't think I've ever seen that on the entire West Coast. That's for sure. Where like one of the cities empties out after like 6 o'clock. Like Seattle, literally is just empty downtown. You can drive up and down the street. You can do whatever you want, basically, right after 6 o'clock. But what the fuck was I going to say? The traffic in Portland is fucking horrendous, honestly. And it's just sporadic throughout the day, really unpredictable. And the lights are timed as if to fuck with you, basically. Where one thing that I noticed about Los Angeles is that the lights are timed to clear traffic. So I don't know how many times I'd pull up to a red light, and with my Portland mind, I'd be like, oh my fucking God, I'm gonna be here for a goddamn minute. I might as well shut off the car. Right in my head, because in Portland,
Yeah.
I would be there for an hour at that light, right? Because every single light, maybe one car gets through. In LA, they would time it, 30 cars would get through. So before I knew it, the next light, I'm already through. I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? And so,
The
like
other
LA traffic, you get stuck, but you get out of it really fast because somehow the streets and everything is basically timed to clear traffic really quite quickly. Whereas in Portland, fuck, you get stuck and you'll be there forever. You don't even know.
Here the lights
what's
are
fun,
timed by a car coming. When you pull up to a light, it senses you're there, and then
Mm.
the light will change.
They do that
what's
here
crazy
too, but
is that
somehow, I don't know, they're just mistimed. Go ahead, Flora.
I was saying another thing. It's like kind of kind of amazing about California is how clearly they clear wrecks out. Like just
Mm.
yesterday, like I was going down the hill and going up the hill, there was like a 6 car pileup. I go to the dispensary, I come back like 15 minutes later. It was like it never happened.
Mm.
And there was cars like there was 3 miles long, like traffic, but they cleared it out. Okay, everybody gets the fuck out of there. Everybody does 80 miles an hour in a 60 anyway out here, it's a different it's a different place. California, like they speed.
I actually prefer California drivers, to be perfectly honest, except for Bay Area drivers, which drive me nuts. I guess all apologies and insult intended to Bay Area drivers. There's this thing in the Bay Area where they will cut across traffic. It doesn't matter how many lanes. It could be the freeway. It could be an 8-lane freeway. They'll just cut right across you. Like they diagonal. Okay, it's time to go hit that fucking on ramp, off ramp, anything, whatever.
Yeah, they had
By the way,
the
California has left lane merges, which is maddening and crazy. So that's one thing I don't prefer. But so you'll see people zooming right across you. You don't see that in LA, but you do
oh
see it
yeah, yeah.
in
Left
nutcases.
and right, we have exits and on ramps on both sides,
Yep.
which
Yep.
is crazy. And then we have double left turns and double right
Hmm.
turns. It's different.
Hmm. Uh, but yeah, other than the Bay Area, I really quite prefer California drivers because they all speed predictably, basically. Like they're all trying to get somewhere quickly. And actually, for example, LA drivers and California drivers in general, but LA drivers specifically, are way more friendly than anybody could possibly expect from a city. Like I don't think any big city. I mean, Portland's pretty friendly, but Portland's not really a big city. Seattle, I wouldn't even say Seattle's really that big of a city,
Yeah.
to be honest. Uh, but like LA's a fucking metropolis, right? You'd expect people to be complete jerk offs. No, they will always let you in. Like you almost never will get some. Okay, so you'll get someone to cut you off and whatever. Sure, like there's an asshole in every bunch, right? Like I mean, seriously, in 100 people, there's always some jerk off, right?
No, you put your blinker
But
on, they let
basically,
you over.
100%, you will always get in. Like you think, oh
Yeah.
my God, I'm never gonna, like you're trying to pull out of some donut shop. I was pulling out of a donut shop one time in LA, and I'm like, motherfucker, it's gonna take me a year. Literally took me
Pretty
five
much,
seconds. Like
if the
literally the next car
freeway
let me through.
is open, you can travel. The speed limit is like 85 to 90. That's what people like. That's what everyone's going. And I think the speed limit 65. I don't even think there's places at 70. But yeah, pretty much everyone drives like 85, 90.
And then you come to Michigan where the speed limit is 70 miles an hour and you literally have people doing 60, 65 in the fast lane
Mhm.
Why?
and won't get over. I've passed people in the slow lane. I mean, literally tens of cars at a time in the slow lane. I passed them. No one's in the slow lane. They're all in the center of the left lane.
I just want to say fuck you to all the new roundabouts in my damn area.
I like the
I
roundabouts.
love
What do you
roundabouts.
hate roundabouts for?
If there's a
It's
kind of, I don't know,
confusing.
too much. It's not confusing. It's just too much slowing down and turning. I don't know. Rather
What
just
I like
not
about them
have
is
to
you don't have
go.
to wait for the fucking light to turn. You just you're on your own. You just go.
Or
Or
stop.
have to stop.
Yeah. You keep your momentum and shit. You don't have to freaking stop and wait for a goddamn light, especially in the cold ass Midwest where you guys are. I figure that would probably be, I don't know, is it bad for your car? I guess it's probably not bad for your car, but it's annoying anyway. It's annoying to stop. Um, yeah, I
It's
kind of
warm
like
when
them.
you stop. Colder
Pardon?
when you're moving.
Huh? Huh?
Well, if you got a good heater, at least. If you don't got a good heater, then you die.
Huh?
Propane heater in the passenger seat.
Hell, I've
That's
had it. I've
crazy.
done it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, but I in my area, Cardiff, Encinitas, Lucadia.
Propane heater in the passenger
Yeah, it's like
Seriously, can you
part
imagine
of
that shit?
Yeah,
their
who
cities.
fucked
I,
with that?
I drove a whole
All
winter
these,
with this car. I
all
drove a
Polar
whole
these.
winter
polar
with like
bear
a
Uh,
swap
fucking skin.
size heater.
Yeah, fucking fry your ass. Yeah.
I drove all winter
I
with like a heater that was like the size of a Walkman that you had to plug into the cigarette lighter. Just barely kept my hands frost or thawed out.
No shit, that's funny.
But that was drawing a lot of power from the alternator.
Oh yeah, but I mean, my heater wasn't. So
Yeah.
Where are you at,
One of the
Minnesota?
weirdest places.
coldest state of the lower 48.
Oh, is it really? Huh.
Yep, International Falls, Minnesota.
I would have guessed I guess I would have guessed North Dakota probably. I don't know why I would have guessed that, but
Yeah,
they're
like
really
They
close
do
to
Fargo.
each
have
other.
Like,
Yeah.
they do
I've
have
been
a
in
lot more
Fargo on
open
Christmas Day.
spaces
It's freezing.
because there's no trees and shit in North Dakota, so there's a lot more wind. Because I've
Huh.
worked in North Dakota a whole lot, and it does tend to feel a lot colder there.
Huh.
But technically, the temperatures, the coldest is in the north part of Minnesota, International Falls, or or Baudette or something. Or I forget what you did. It's usually International Falls is known as the coldest in the 48, but
Hmm.
And no one would think that Minnesota actually is our farthest northern continental
yeah.
state either.
Alaska, right?
Well, that's the
It's
Continental,
northern
though.
it,
state, but
Although
the
technically
it
Alaska's continental. Kind of how funny is that?
yeah, the
Contiguous.
northernmost
There you go. Contiguous.
yeah,
contiguous. Yeah.
it's actually a lake in Minnesota that's the farthest north.
There's a little bit of land up there that's in the on Rainy Lake or whatever they call it. Lake of the Woods.
Yeah, and D's gone, so I can't yell at D for all the cold weather that's supposed to come down. We're getting hit
Are we
by,
blaming D for all the cold
oh
weather?
man, all that Canadian hoser weather that comes over Lake Erie.
Oh yeah. It probably is his fault.
Well,
Although in
they're
fairness,
sending
D is not
down
a big
here.
fan of cold weather either. He's a
He's got four
No.
hours.
warm weather kind of guy. Just makes you wonder if there's some like Jamaican or I don't even know Dominican who's like, fuck, I hate this goddamn hot weather. I wish I could live in Canada. And if they could just trade places for a year, they'd be so happy. Like evil D, basically. It's his evil twin, basically. Just like D, but loves cold weather.
I want to go back to Thailand.
Dominican D.
That's it. The Dominican D. That'd be a good sketch comedy. Like a buddy cop movie, but it's two stoners. One from Canada, one from Costa Rica or some shit. That'd be great. Well, ladies and gerbils, I have a hankering maybe that we might be running out of steam. Perhaps it's time to adjourn until tomorrow. What do you guys think?
I think
Yeah, I'm
good.
kind of
I have to
tired.
change water in the one room. Finish the
All right.
clone stuff. I got work to do. It was good hanging everyone. We'll see you
Sweet, bud.
tomorrow,
Good to
hopefully.
see you, buddy.
Have a good night.
Yeah, man. Good to see you.
There, bud.
Called it. Nailed it. Who wants to go next?
I'll hop
Captain,
off.
your picture is shining. Oh, go for it, Hardcore.
See you guys later.
Later.
Sweet.
He's off to go massage his fancy new hammer. Go for it, Captain.
Well, thanks,
Terpene
Jimmy and
hammer.
Dee, for hosting us tonight again. Everybody out in chat, I hope you all have a good one. And we'll all see you tomorrow or on Saturday.
Sweet.
Peace
Good to see you,
out.
Captain. Jeff, as always, the finest glass on the panel. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks for the show again, and everybody, and hope to make it tomorrow. But yeah, if I can, everybody have a good show tomorrow.
Sweet. Cheers, Jeff. Good to see you. And finally, Flora, go for it, bud.
Yeah, yeah, I'll try to make it to the high noon, which what 15 after-ish or what?
I try to be on time, but you know, what can you do?
No, I'm just talking with you. All right,
The
well,
weed
I'll
is
try to make
good, and
yeah, weed's good. Weed's good. Um, I don't know. I think I was talking about Plushberry earlier, but I don't know where you're at, but like the whole Oregon thing. But anyway, I'm stoned. Good night.
good way to be. Cheers, Flora. Good to see you, buddy. I was disappointed with my cut of Marionberry that I picked up. I was really looking forward to it being really lovely. It was ostensibly bred. Well, it's not ostensibly. It was bred by Pat over at Heroes of the Farm. I don't really know him. I've met him a couple times, but it's not like we personally know each other or something. Seems like a super nice guy. I've heard good things about his weed. So this cut was super disappointing, honestly. I've still got some of it to trim, hanging up in the garage. It's very piney, which is nice, I guess. I really quite like piney strains, but I was expecting a lot more of the berry, honestly, because the cross was now I'm forgetting Huckleberry by Space Queen, something like that. Anyway, should have been pretty fruity berry. The pine is kind of out of left field, I feel like, but probably came from that whatever Huckleberry or whatever it was. But yeah, disappointing. Not really that great of a high. Grew super fucking low yield. Everything's meh. Just a cut that I would throw in the trash, kind of, one of those, honestly. But gosh, I hate to shit on a cut like that, but it was not good. It had nothing to do with Heroes of the Farm, I'm sure. It was just the particular cut that I got it, place I got it from. I guess you can't win them all. But good reason to test your cuts before you, for example, breed with them. Holy shit, can you imagine if I had bred something to that and not tested it and then released those seeds? Shit, I would catch so much shit for years. People would be talking about like fucking garbage that fucking Berry cross that Fumi made, blah, 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 blah. That wouldn't be great, honestly. It wouldn't be worth the money that I would, well, at least I wouldn't think that it would be worth the money that I got from it, but hey, I guess opinions differ. Anyway, ladies and geraniums, we don't have to babble endlessly at the end of the show here like I sometimes do. But no real announcements to be made. I was talking to the fellas before the show, slowly, seemingly making progress on Casa de Fumidor. We'll friggin' see. It feels like well, it is a little bit like Sisyphus because it literally just got pushed back today. Hopefully that's the last delay. I feel like there probably will be more delays, but we'll see. With any luck, there won't be. So that would be really spectacular. It's been well over a year now that I feel like I've been a fucking Bedouin, practically, a nomad, a Mongolian nomad, basically in the fucking steppe. But anyway, I guess there's worse things to be than a Mongolian. At least they have good dairy products, right? Plenty of throat singing and shit. I don't even know. Anyway, well, wonderful open skies, I guess. But show gets weird here at the end, doesn't it? Anyway, ladies and gerbils, thanks very much for joining us. I really appreciate the audience. Southern Vermont Vintage is hanging. He's saying coffee and get ready for winter. Go plow the old lady. I wonder if he mistyped that or if it's intended that way. It's kind of funny. Anyway, who else in here? Joseph Anthony, good to see you. And a great conversation tonight. Good night. Good night yourself, Joseph Anthony. And thank you very much. As always, pardon the dank show. Good to see you as always. A good friend of the show. James Ortiz, who else in here? Stangman, good to see you. What was Stangman's talking? Stangman was talking about Black Crows. I think I used to like the Black Crows, but I think what's the name of the singer of the Black Crows? Half of you were shouting his name right now. He's got with the dreadlocks, right? Can't think of his name. Isn't he like a fucking tool and a half? It's like snap-on level tool, fucking tool. Anyway, regardless, there's a lot of douchebag musicians. They still make decent music sometimes, right? Like I was talking about Wyclef Jean the other day. Can sing a hell of a song, but wow, what a trash can of a person. Stole from his own fucking countrymen and everything. Like, holy cow, but he can sure hold a tune together. Stony Creek, good to see you, buddy. Who else in here? Plenty of people, but I for some reason can never find them as I scroll through here. Jay Patrick, good to see you. Who else in here? Christoph, good to see you, my friend. Christoph never joined the show. I think he was asking for the link, but perhaps Christoph didn't understand. Christoph, if you understand right now, because I think D switched the subtitles to French or whatever, I just don't provide the link, or I don't pin the link anymore, basically. It's not that we don't provide the link, rather, I don't pin the link anymore for the show. It's actually the same link as it always was. I haven't changed excuse me. I wonder how that'll translate in French. I haven't ever changed the link. So the link is the same. Sometimes when Zoom updates, it clears out your old rooms. So if that's happened, that doesn't help you very much. But if you can just scroll through, you might be able to still find Fumidor's Zoom meeting, and that's the same link, honestly. But in the meantime, all you have to do next time, just ask for the link, as long as D or who else in here. Basically, blue names can pin links. Anybody here can copy and paste the link, but that doesn't help you because you can't even really do anything with it. But any blue name can post the link for you. Unfortunately, thanks to fucking trolls in the past, and we're just going to leave it the way it is now. We only have a couple, 3 blue names anymore, but we should have enough at any given time. If worst comes to worst, just yell loudly if nobody posts the link for you. But in the meantime, folks, just ask nicely for the link. That's all you really have to do. People for like Love for the Plant can do it. For example, D's not here, but Love for the Plant could totally pin the link, or it could post the link and stuff like that. That doesn't make any sense, does it? When you type something in the chat, press enter. YouTube filters the comments. It allows most of them. If you switch from top chat to live chat, it filters them. It does not filter them in the order that they came in. So in other words, you get them in the order that they came in instead of in top chat. For some reason, it filters it in an order that it thinks you would prefer. So sometimes you get comments after they were actually typed and before other one. It's very confusing, honestly, because sometimes literally if you pay attention, you'll get answers to the question before the question. It makes no fucking sense, but it's top chat. They figure that you wanted to know the answer, I guess, first. Live chat basically sends the comments in the way that they were typed by human beings, right? Because we're not AI. I need to shut the fuck up and end the show. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it. Dr. Leave Me Alone, Stangman, Robert Benjula, always good to see you as well, buddy. I was getting to some kind of a point, but I also kind of lost my train of thought. So better late than never. We're just going to fucking call it. Be kind, be decent, be gentle, don't be fucking prick sticks or lunatics, ladies and gentlemen. What was I talking about? Puff something wonderful. There's something else I wanted to say. I can't remember. Whatever. Make it up for yourself and just enjoy. Adios, folks. Thanks.